All right, good evening, friends. All right, good evening. Got a council member that needs to be seated, but we're going to go ahead and begin. I want to thank everyone for your patience. Once again, we're going to go ahead and call our meeting to order at 7:33 p.m., and I believe we will go ahead to the Pledge of Allegiance, but I do need to pull up the correct agenda to make sure. We're going to do roll call first. That's going to bring us, yes. Okay. City Clerk Abramson, please conduct the roll call.
Mayor Source.
Present.
Vice Mayor Matulik. Is he on virtually? He's on virtually. Council members Bergenzer.
Present.
Gordon.
Present.
Letiju is present. She's in the back in the moment. Councilmember Matias.
Here.
Paul Maris.
Present.
All right. Thank you very much. That is going to bring us to the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would please stand and join council for the pledge. All right, thank you all very much. Our item 4 is our report out of closed session, so I'll turn it over to our city attorneys for a report out from closed session.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Council did meet in closed session this evening on 5 items. The first is liability claims, James Duncan versus City of Vallejo, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.95. On that matter, Council gave direction to staff. Item B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Monte Rosa et al. Versus City of Vallejo, Eastern District of California court case, and the numbers in the agenda. On that matter, council gave staff direction. On item C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, 2 cases. Council heard from staff on 1 case. The other case was not heard this evening. It was put off to another time. On that case, council gave direction to staff. Item D, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency designated representatives, Andrew Murray, City Manager, Stephanie Cifuentes, Human Resources Director. The employer organizations are the Vallejo Police Officers Association, the International Association of Firefighters, Local 1186, Confidential and Administrative Managerial Professional Association, and unrepresented employees. On that item, council received the presentation from the chief negotiator and gave no direction. Item E, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, title City Manager. Council gave staff direction. That completes the report out.
All right, thank you very much. That's going to bring us to item 5, presentations and commendations. And this month we have presentation of a proclamation recognizing Women's History Month, which I'll present over at the side podium. And we'd have 2 wonderful organizations here today to accept the proclamation. We have our representatives from Black Women Organized for Political Action, BWOPA, and the League of Women Voters. If I could invite all of you up to the podium and we'll present it over there. Go bring up the rear? Would you like to go first? Close, okay. All right, we'll get a picture in front too. All right, so once again, we are extremely proud in Vallejo to recognize, in this case, it's March 2026 as Women's History Month, which, as we all know, has been a struggle over centuries and is particularly important in today's climate. So I'll be reading the proclamation and then inviting up first our League of Women Voters representatives and then our BWOPA leadership to offer some brief remarks, and we'll take a photo. So this proclamation reads, whereas every March for Women's History Month, we honor the women who have shaped our world as society confronts complex challenges of climate change, economic insecurity, healthcare disparities, and threats to democratic participation. This year's celebration takes on a vital new focus by highlighting the women who are designing solutions for a better tomorrow. Whereas the 2026 Women's History Month theme, Leading the Change, Women's Shaping a Sustainable Future, guides us to a broader understanding of sustainability beyond environmental concerns, encompassing financial sustainability, community resilience, leadership succession, and intergenerational equity. Whether developing green technologies, advancing economic justice, through strengthening education systems, or building civic power, women are designing blueprints for sustainable transformation to foster systems that support both people and the planet. Whereas we must honor the diverse contributions of women who are leading sustainability efforts across environmental, economic, educational, and social justice movements, and whereas we must educate and raise awareness about the important historical and contemporary roles of women in shaping sustainable change, and whereas we must inspire and empower individuals and institutions on how to act towards sustainability, equity, and justice in their own spheres of influence, and whereas we must connect and build bridges across generations, geographies, and disciplines to foster collaboration, mentorship, and shared learning. And whereas we must encourage a long-term vision for our future where women's leadership is central to thriving communities and a healthy planet. Now therefore be it proclaimed that I, Andrea Source, Mayor of the City of Vallejo and the Vallejo City Council, do hereby proclaim March 2026 as Women's History Month and encourage all residents to recognize the architects of our future. By understanding the past and supporting the women leading change today, we can all contribute to a more equitable and sustainable world. So I'm happy to present this. First, to Rami Muth, from President of League of Women Voters. I'll give you this and feel free to share a few words.
Thank you so much, and what an inspirational statement about the power of women and all that they have done and continue to do. We're here today as part of the League of Women Voters. The history of this organization was forged in our fight for suffrage. The right to, shortly after the 19th Amendment, people came together and recognized the importance of the vote, because the vote is your voice. And today, we are still having that fight. You have some flyers at the past table, and we're going to pass them out to you. We're doing an informational meeting about the SAVE Act and the potential that would have in restricting and suppressing the vote, having more difficult for people who have less resources to be able to register and in fact vote. This is over 100 years of fighting, and yet the fight continues. We hope you'll join us in that effort, because remember, everybody's voice is your vote. Your vote is your voice. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have BWAPA President Latresa Wilson-Alfred, or Representative, who is coming up. All right, come on up. And I've got one for you as well. Here you go. Come on up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and also Council. I would like to say, first of all, I am very honored on behalf of BWAPA to receive this recognition, and also to be honored with such an esteemed organization. Last week, I believe it was, I attended a forum that you gave with some of our elected officials. It was a town hall. It was really great. Also, I want to recognize my members, because without the ladies of BWAPA, we would not be the organization that we are. And I'm very proud to introduce my board. My Administrative Secretary, Patricia Hunter, is here, past President Deborah Dixon, and then also, as you know, our my Vice President, but your County Supervisor, Cassandra James. I also want to note the power of this organization with our Superintendent of County Public Schools, Dr. Nicola Parr. She's also here. And all of our different members, city council members, and then also other women and men who are allies, such as our city manager, who are here, who support BWAPA. I want to piggyback off of what my sister from the League said, because right now we are in a crisis when it comes to the vote. My grandmother came here from Mississippi, and she had no ID. but before she passed away, the city of San Francisco, because she moved to San Francisco, gave her a proclamation because she voted in every election when she came here. There are many people, particularly black people, who were born in a situation with a midwife at home who do not have ID. There are people in this state who cannot even afford to purchase an ID. Let's not allow ourselves to vote to disenfranchise those people and people like that. There are many people, young people, who do not vote, but will also use that as an excuse that they're required to have an ID. Voter ID is a way of disenfranchisement. It goes back to the Jim Crow laws. And we all must stand up against those type of disenfranchising methods or ways or ideas of thinking. So let's preserve the vote. Let's preserve the opportunity to voice who we are and voice our concerns. And BWAPA is going to stand in the forefront to fight for these ideals that hold our nation as one of the nations of freedom and justice. We have to support one another. Vallejo is one of the most diverse cities in the country. And our diversity means so much. And part of continuing that diversity is the ability to vote and let our voices be heard. So again, I just want to thank you on behalf of BWAPA for recognizing us.
So thank you all. Thank you all so very much. Just, always feels more important than ever. And I'm appreciative to those on the ground that are doing this work. We'll invite everyone up to take a photo together. Vice Mayor Matulik, if you want to unmute yourself and get on the screen, we can have you in the picture. All right. Thank you all again. So while we get settled back, we will proceed to item 6, which is our first community forum. Members of the public wishing to address the council on items not on this evening's agenda are welcome to speak at this community forum. We do have several very pressing items this evening, and we started a bit late, so we are going to limit our first forum to 15 minutes, or most likely 5 speakers. I don't know how many speakers we have in person. We have 9 speakers in person, so we will be able to take the first 5, and I'll go ahead and say anyone online, we're probably going to ask you to wait until the second community forum, which will be later in the meeting, and we will work to make that as early as possible as long as we get through our items. Why don't we go ahead and call our first few in-person speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. First speaker is Sierra Caccini, I believe. Is it close? Sorry.
I just thank you for
Okay.
the effort.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
And you can adjust the height of the podium if
Thank
you'd
you.
like.
Okay.
But, yeah.
All right. Good evening, honorable board members and staff. My name is Sierra Cicchini, and I am here representing Solano Resource Conservation District. I'm here tonight to provide you a brief overview of our programs and just to share a quick update as we've completed our 2025 year in review. Solano RCD has enjoyed a long-standing partnership with the City of Vallejo, and a productive one at that. We've been able to move very quickly on some local conservation projects that make a huge difference in Solano County and right here in Vallejo. 2025 was a milestone year for us, marked by environmental and community impact across the county. Our work was recognized with 2 honors, the 2025 Excellence in Public Outreach and Education Award and the Distinguished Contributions Award. We reached 10,600 students through Solano County, 2,000 of those, over 2,000 of those being students right here in the city of Vallejo. We hosted 17 workshops for the broader community, planted over 2,000 trees and shrubs, and seeded 53 acres with native grasses and wildflowers. We monitored 4 miles of streams and performed over 396 water quality tests, managed a total of 2,058 acres of land. Thanks to nearly 2,000 volunteers across 59 events, we successfully collected over 27,000 pounds of trash from our waterways and open spaces here in Solano County. We expanded our fire resiliency efforts, including 100 acres of prescribed burns, and established a grazing cooperative for fuel reduction. These results are only possible due to the support of our regional and local partners, and we are really proud to be an organization that brings agencies together to turn these conservation and education goals into action and reality. While these figures I just mentioned demonstrate our broad county reach, we also have an update specifically for your city, and you can see that on that infographic that's provided in front of you. We really welcome the opportunity to return and present a more detailed update if necessary, especially specific to any work that we complete. I just want to thank you so much for your continued partnership in keeping Solano County resilient and the youth engaged in science. I'm an education program manager, and it is deeply meaningful and fulfilling to me to pass on that stewardship role to the future leaders of the city and the county. So thank you so much. Thank you for your time, and I hope you have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kirk Smith.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Source, Vice Mayor, City Council, City staff. My name is Kirk Smith, President and CEO of Visit Vallejo Convention and Visitors Bureau. Tonight I'm here on behalf of the Vallejo lodging community to ask for 2 things. First, enforcement of the city's short-term rental rules. And second, the development of regulatory framework that creates a fair, sustainable, and level playing field for all lodging providers. We at Visit Vallejo represent and advocate for 22 hotels and motels in Vallejo, which incorporates more than 1,300 compliant room nights each and every night here in the city of Vallejo. These properties that invest in our community, employ local residents, and generate millions of dollars in TOT and VBID revenues that support city services, public safety, tourism marketing, and local economic development. Tourism is a core part of Vallejo's visitor ecosystem, supporting restaurants, retail, attractions, transportation, and local jobs throughout our city. However, we are seeing a growing number of short-term rentals, Airbnbs, VRBOs, RV parks, that are operating outside the city regulations and framework, creating an uneven playing field for our hotels and our motels. When we look at the data, the trends are concerning. According to the Smith Travel Research, who is the industry standard for hotel performance data, Vallejo Hotel's occupancy has declined approximately 16% since the high water mark of 2022. Just in this calendar fiscal year of 25-26, the average daily room rates for our hotels dropped approximately 4% versus the same time frame last year. Lower occupancy and lower rates ultimately translate into less TOT revenues and VBID dollars for the city and for Visit Vallejo Convention and Visitors Bureau. Since July of 2025, Vallejo's TOT is down about 9% in that fiscal year. Many factors impact hotel demand, but short-term rental growth is certainly one of them. Online booking platforms currently show hundreds of short-term rentals listings in any given month, operating without collecting any TOT or VBID taxes or assessments. And you can say that number is in the millions of money being left on the table. The state is also addressing this issue through Senate Bill 346, which authorizes local governments like you all to audit short-term rental platforms, enforce strict penalties and non-compliance with local tax and regulatory requirements. Tools like this could be very helpful. We understand that this is an issue expected to come on a future city council agenda.
And we are going to have to cut you off. You want to finish one more sentence?
Yeah,
We will
and
have
we
to cut you.
appreciate the city's attention to this matter. Thank you
Thank
for
you
your time
very
tonight.
much.
Thank you. And I think because of synergy, we've been asked to change the order slightly. Is that right, Manny? So I believe the next speaker is Krupa Naran. Is that correct? Krupa, are you here?
All right. It's going to be very similar. Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Krupa Naran. I'm representing lodging community and the owner-operator, and I'm a Visit Vallejo, serving the treasurer on the Visit Vallejo. And I'm going to talk on a similar topic as a hospitality business, how we're getting affected. Well, the lodging community has been following every rules, every inspection, and everything that required by the city to operate a business, and contributing millions of dollars in general funding through 2+ decades in Vallejo. We are proud to serve the visitor, local residents, and support Vallejo economy. But today we are facing an unfair and unsustainable situation that threatens both our businesses and the city financial health. Across Vallejo, there are hundreds of unregulated short-term rentals, which is on Airbnb, VRB, and RV parks operating as a lodging business without paying 11% TOT that hotels are required to collect and remit every month. They provide the same service we provide, overnight lodging, without business license, fire inspection, any compliances or staffing requirement, or monthly tax reporting. They are undercutting hotel price by 11% or more simple because they are not paying the tax the law requires. So every night booked in the unregulated STR is the lost business for the hotel. It is a lost revenue for the city of Vallejo. TOT is one of the city's most important revenue stream. It funds the police, fire, road maintenance, park, and essential service that benefits every resident. When the short-term rental parks operate without paying TOT, the city lose money it is illegal and entitled to collect. That loss is significant, and this grows every year. Hotels are not asking for a special treatment here. We're just asking fairness. We are asking for the city to enforce the rules that already exist or to adapt a clear, enforceable STR ordinance that requires all the lodging operators, whether hotel, Airbnb, or VRB, or RV park, to contribute equally to the community they profit from. Vallejo has an opportunity right now to correct the imbalance. By enforcing and compliance requiring STR, 11% tax the hotelier pays, city can recover substantial revenue. This is the money that can support public safety, improvement infrastructure, and strengthen the service of our community depends on. This is just my basic public availability.
Time.
Okay, there are almost 186 to 300 active SDR. I urge council to take an action, enforce existing code and ordinance where every operator contribute equally to the Vallejo future. Thank you for your time and leadership.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Carmarato.
Yes, good evening. You can hear me? I was here a few months ago regarding a drainage problem at the end of Mountain View, and I wanted to have it addressed. I brought 3 documents I want to introduce into the public record. It's mostly photos of what was installed at 248 Mountain View by a neighbor. The drainage problem was created initially by the city years ago when they approved the installation of a 300-foot long, 15-foot high retaining wall at the end of Mountain View and didn't install a drainage system. So water flows down the end of Mountain View, pools up behind that retaining wall, flows over it, and in some cases goes through the grout lines. It's severely compromised that wall. In 2008, I worked with a neighbor. We jerry-rigged a system to bring water over the wall. That system is now compromised. The wall, also part of the jerry-rig system was to install piers to hold the wall up. Again, a 300-foot long, 15-foot high retaining wall. And again, my main concern, it would be nice to fix the wall. I know there's Measure P funds. Apparently there's not enough Measure P funds. And with loss of revenue, loss of some of the chain stores, sales tax are down. So I'm not expecting anyone to fix it in any immediate time frame, but I do expect something to be done about what was installed at 248 Mountain View by a neighbor. Again, he installed 400 feet, this is 6 inches, of a 4-inch perforated pipe. It was draining onto Mountain View. When he learned that the city was coming to investigate, he buried it. It's now draining under Mountain View, under the road. And again, on that roadway, there's no drainage system. There's no curbs, gutters, catch basins, nothing. And where it's draining is draining directly below where the drainage is going now. There's a 2-inch gas line, a 4-inch water main, and a 12-inch sewer line. That's all been excavated in order to install those municipal utilities. So excavated soil is highly susceptible to erosion. The slope that it's coming down on is about a 30-degree angle. So again, 400 feet of this, there's 4 of these entering the road, going underneath the roadway. So again, I'm going to give you 3 documents. I'll email each of you copies, all the council members. One of the documents I think you've already gotten, but it's just a repeat. The other 2 are mostly photos. And I'm entering this into the public record. I'd like the city engineer and the Vallejo flood control engineer.
Time.
I'm going to email both of them.
So yes, so we do have to cut you off, but if you can pass what you have over there, they'll ensure it gets distributed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Layla W. Or, sorry, I guess there was a switch. So Eli Smith is first, and then Layla, and that will be our last speaker for this group.
Hi. There's several topics on the agenda tonight about homelessness, but tonight I'd like to speak more generally about the city's historical strategies and policies on that topic, because the real problem that we're facing is structural. It's central. It's not an individual agenda item, and it can't be solved that way. And my comments are actually for the public as much as they are for the elected officials sitting here on the dais tonight. Most people in this room have no idea about what is truly happening with regards to homelessness in Vallejo, and that isn't going to change because of a 3-minute comment. But something that's very obvious and which is supported by the most recently reported numbers by the city staff is that the only thing that has actually reduced homelessness in Vallejo is housing. There are many encampments around the White Slough, including several that are not being discussed today. And one of these camps is already regularly cleared by the property owner, most recently within the last few weeks. And the public is unaware that these clearings are already taking place so regularly because the residents who have nowhere to go move, are cleared by the city in their new spot, and then return back to their old spot on the slough once again. And many of these people have been doing this for many, many years. As such, much of the public does not realize that when the city spends $30,000, $150,000, that these dollars are not being spent to solve a problem. They're a weekly maintenance fee, a blood tax that we pay that only guarantees that we maintain this status quo. And there are many, many ways that we can do better. There are many, many other cities in the Bay Area who do better. There are members of the public who have come up to this dais, even those who have no experience in homelessness, who have given suggestions of how we can do better. We are a city of great economic hardship. My 6-year-old daughter, who is sitting back there, is in a combination kindergarten and first grade class because Vallejo does not have enough resources and does not have enough teachers. We cannot afford to be wasteful, and we do not deserve the legacy that this city is securing for us. What I want to leave you with today is to ask that our city and the members of our community not lay down at the foot of injustice for the promise of an easier tomorrow. Do not sign us up for a never-ending blood tax that we cannot pay. Do not extend the stain on our history. Have faith in our city's ability to secure a durable future for all of our residents, not for tomorrow, but for generations. And all I'm asking you to do is to just pause. Please, reassess what you're doing and accept what has been offered to you by so many community partners and just try. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Layla W.
You can lower, yep, you got it.
So today I'm speaking mostly for community. Previously, I spoke briefly with you guys about implementing a succession plan, reason being so that we can deter something like a $10,000, $20,000, $20 million deficit for this city. A succession plan can be implemented by this city. And I know we talk about you guys are supposed to be having updates from the city, which is not happening, right? A succession plan would focus dates, meetings, it would structure your organization for your constituents. Does that make sense? So you guys need to start getting creative on this dais, seriously. Now, I am all up and through our charter, so I'm gonna read briefly Section 407 of Vallejo City Charter, removal of appointed personnel. The affirmative vote of at least 5 members of the council shall be required to remove any member of a board or commission serving a fixed term. The affirmative vote of at least a majority of all the members of the council shall be required to remove the city manager or the city attorney except as provided in subsection C of this section. The affirmative vote of at least 5 members of the council shall be required to remove the city manager or the city attorney within 60 days after their initial appointment or within 60 days after any election at which members are elected to the city council. Before the city manager may be finally removed, he or she may file with the council a written request for a public hearing. This hearing shall be held at a council meeting not earlier than 15 days nor later than 30 days after the request is filed. The city manager may file a written reply with the council not later than 5 days before the hearing. I want to be clear about our process, okay? I'm going to also read through Section 500, powers and duties of the city manager. I'm going to skip through A, B, C, and I'm going to start at D. He or she shall see that all laws, provisions of this charter, and acts of the council subject to enforcement by him or her or by officers subject to his or her direction and supervision are faithfully executed. Talking about good faith. E, he or she shall prepare and submit the annual budget and capital program to the council. I'm running out of time, but it further notes that you are meant to report a complete report to this council. We keep getting asked the same thing. Where are the real numbers? I'm sick of looking at imaginary numbers. And then we want to talk about a $20 million deficit that has been routine. We should have been in front of this issue. Lastly, when we talk about our houseless and our underserved community, pigeonholing is not going to push the needle forward. Do you understand? You guys have to let people out of this box that you've already created. You created these barriers, which creates these distrusts. And if you were, thank you, but I'm going to finish. If you were to implement the community and the residents that show up here every single city council meeting, these issues wouldn't be so detrimental at this point. We're behind the ball. You guys are behind the ball. I don't know how to say that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. That closes our first community forum. I know we had a few more speakers, which we can give you an opportunity at our second community forum later in the meeting. But for now, we need to move on to item 7, which is our consent calendar. And we'll open up public comment for anyone wishing to address the council on our consent items this evening. And I will look to my colleagues to see if anyone has anything that they would like to pull from the consent calendar. Seeing none, do we have any in-person speakers on the consent calendar at this time? Do we have any online speakers at the consent calendar? I'm going to leave this public comment period open for about 30 more seconds, and then I'm going to close it and ask for a motion on the consent calendar. And can we confirm, Manny, is Vice Mayor Matulik online? Okay, so we'll need to do a roll call vote for all of our votes. Perfect. All right, last call for folks wanting to speak online. You can raise your hands. This is for the consent calendar. Going once, going twice. If we don't have anybody, actually, I see Councilmember Matias. Go ahead.
Sorry, last minute call. I want to pull E.
That's a request to pull E. Item 8E, that will become 8.1. Presuming we don't have any more commenters, I will go ahead and close public comment on this item, and I will ask for a motion to approve the agenda and the rest of the consent calendar with that one change. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we approve the consent calendar, moving item 8E to 8.1 and approving the agenda.
All right, and we'll do a roll call vote.
Mayor Source.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Aye.
Council members Bergenzer,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Letterju, Matias,
Yes.
Palmieri.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. So we're going to move on to item 8.1, previously consent item 8E, adopt a resolution approving a 3-year small government enterprise agreement with Environmental Systems Research Institute for Geographic Information System, or GIS, software and services, authorizing city manager to execute the same. I will turn it over to Councilmember Matias, who pulled the item.
Thank you, Mayor. This is going to be a quick one. So I think you guys I ask some variation of the same question every Tuesday. So this is copacetic until I saw one thing that raised a flag. There's a quote from November, and we're getting it on March 10th. So can you guys just sort of speak to why there was a delay to get this over to us, given its importance and how many different departments use it? And I guess what I'm trying to get at here and just asking this every single Tuesday is, how do we make sure we're tightening up just the flow of agreements to us as soon as possible?
Thank you, Councilmember. Nalungo Conley, Assistant City Manager. So I think there were several potential delays that happened. I think that when the quote was first obtained, as you mentioned, back in October, November 2025, I think the project itself was put a little bit on hold. I think that Lance and his group were more focused on trying to deal with the C-click fix data and to bring some semblance of order, to be responsive, to parse it out by district, by project, the project category. And it took a little while to reach back out to the consultant and bring all those things in alignment. And then the contract itself, I think, took a little time to work through the legal process to get it moving forward.
Okay, so looks like we might have had I'm going to take ownership for the council. We may have had a role, because I made a request on the C-click fix reports. If you had to sort of weigh bucket 1 versus bucket 2, where are we seeing the delays? Is it legal? Is it your side of the house? Was it a combination of the two in this instance?
I think it was probably a combination of the two. I think we had to really look at the data. I don't think anyone looked at the C-click fix data comprehensively like IT had done, and then that took reaching out to the departments to actually figure out how they categorize those requests. Some departments actually have their own reporting system, and so not everything is captured through, they receive the request through C-click fix, but then they immediately close it and they handle through their own reporting system. So it took us some time to learn what those different processes were, and then they had to do a cleanup of the data, because there's things that were closed, things that were open, and I think we focused more on trying to true up all of that data, and then we started to look for systems to make it easier to share with both you and the public. Okay. And I think we focused on that, and the contract fell by the wayside.
And then this quote is still valid? Just want to confirm?
Yes.
Okay, that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, so I'm not seeing any other comments from council. Do we have a motion on this item?
Yes, I move that we adopt a resolution approving a 3-year small government enterprise agreement with Environmental Systems Research Institute, Inc., ESRI, for Geographic Information System, GIS, software and services, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
All right, thank you. We'll do a roll call vote.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Aye.
Councilmembers Bergenzer.
Yes.
Gordon.
Aye.
Ledichu. Matias.
Yes.
Palmares.
Aye.
Mayor Source.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. That is going to bring us to our action calendar. I do want to make one note to the council, which is that we have one information item this evening, which is our public safety update, and we do have our sheriff's office team here prepared to give an update. And one of the things that I was considering, for the sake of those that are here and the fact that that's an informational presentation, was to call that item out of order so we can have them present for the 10 minutes, get the update from our sheriff's team, and then proceed with the agenda, which are items that might take a little bit longer. So I wanted to quickly get a sense of where the council is at, if we might be willing to go ahead and get an abbreviated public safety update now, at least the portion from our sheriff's team. While they're here, I see nods. I see at least 3 or 4 nods. So I'm going to go ahead and use my discretion, and I am going to go a little bit out of order, and I'm going to call information item, I'm assuming it's A. So item 10A, informational item, public safety update, and I see DC Knight. I'm not sure how long this presentation was intended to be, but if it's on the short side, that's perfect. That we've got a lot of guests here that I want to make sure get up here. So thank you all so much for being here. I'll turn it over to you, and we will also take a brief public comment on this item as well, which we can open up now. So again, we're going out of order. 10A, public safety update, with an update coming from our sheriff. We're just going to get the slides up.
Good, good. Mayor, City Council, good evening. I'm Bob Knight, your acting chief of police for the next 2 weeks. I just have about 9 quick slides for our first 60-day public safety presentation update outside of the emergency proclamation. So this is a work in progress. Take some feedback afterwards. If there's other things you guys would like to see, we kind of were just trying to provide a broad overview. And then at the end, we have some statistics from the Solano Sheriff's Department for their initial deployment since January 21st. And Sheriff DeWall is here to answer any type of questions you may have as well. So you guys may recognize this slide. This is our current staffing. Took a little different approach on this. I gave one of our earlier presentations, which was September 12th, 2023. That was just right after we proclaimed a state of staffing emergency. Just to give you a bit of a snapshot of kind of where our numbers were and where they are today. Back then, we had 77 sworn staff. We're only +3 at 80. But if you look down, you will see we're a much healthier department. At that time, we had 13 individuals on modified duty or workers' comp for only full-duty working officers of 64. We now have a +13 of 77. So a lot of those officers who are no longer physically able to perform the duties of a police officer fell off the books, and we have new officers. So that's a point that I wanted to show. Officers working patrol, we're at a +4. We had 35. We have 39 now. But don't forget, that was a process over the emergency proclamation where we built back the traffic division. We created the POP team. Those numbers were drawn from the patrol staff in a very strategic way. Same number of supervisors on patrol. We had 2 officers on FTO, field training. Back then, we have 3. We currently have 8 officers in the police academy. Those officers are due to come out in various stages in April, May, July, and August of this year. So that's a good, promising news. That would, if they all pass, knock on wood, that would put us at 88 officers. The final officer, the starting final officer, we weren't reporting out on that back in 2023. We have 1 offer pending for an officer now. You want me to do the slide? Oh, there you go. Okay, strategies underway to increase staffing. So this is an important slide. I wanted to give you guys a broad snapshot of what we're doing. We are entering the latter stages of our contract with All-Star Recruiting. That's a recruitment company that did a variety of PR and videos and social media messaging. So PD and HR are currently evaluating the effectiveness of that service that we contracted with. We did get a lot of good promotional material and videos that we own and will continue to use. So we're still working with HR staff to determine if it is cost effective and a good idea to continue on with that vendor. Of course, everyone knows we have the recruitment, retention, and referral program that was approved by the City Council in July of 2025. Just a little bit of an overview. We also have HR has 2 extra help recruiters that are dedicated just hiring VPD staff. And then our ongoing commitment with HR, we have constant oral panels for all 3 officer classifications. We run regular physical fitness called WSTB tests. We run Pellet B written exams on an ongoing basis. And we also have weekly meetings with HR, our staff does, and our command staff has monthly meetings with HR. Just to give kind of an idea of the number of background investigations that we ran in 2024, we did 97 background investigations. That's a lot. In 25, we did 96, roughly the same. Those background investigations result in about a 31% rate of passage. So it is a bit of a numbers game. Only about 30% of the folks that go through background actually pass. And to give a little bit more context, we got in 2025 about 750 applications. So as that vetting process starts at 750, it goes down dramatically and goes down dramatically even more. So we are all fighting for the same pool of candidates in the Bay Area law enforcement, and we have a pretty high washout rate of those that apply here at Vallejo. And then finally, I want to take an extra second to talk about reviving our Vallejo Police Department Explorer and Cadet program. Because we are having such a recruitment issue, we really need to walk that back to the younger aged youth. I'm a product of the Police Explorer program and the Police Cadet program growing up here in Vallejo, and we've really have to invest our time, effort, and resources into taking it back all the way to kids from our town, from our region, when they graduate 8th grade, get them into the Explorer program, and then get them into the cadet program. We currently only have 1 police cadet. When I was in there, we had 28 police cadets. So we're not getting the interest of this generation for whatever reason, and it's not become the true feeder program that we had in a couple decades ago. So that is something that we are committed to revitalizing. We have Senator Padilla, who's interested in a possible community project with the Police Explorer program that could funnel some well-needed money into that program to be able to go out and target those Vallejo graduates of 8th grade and get them into our program. When they have clean backgrounds, we set them, we mentor them, we put them on the right track. Again, that's years down the road, but we will reap what we sow. Next slide. Okay, just to go over, I'll blast through this. You guys most know most of this, sorry. This is more for the community. The Vallejo Police Department is reporting out on multiple forums, multiple formats on an ongoing basis. So I think that is time consuming, but it is also very important. And the work is very deliberate and productive. We report out, this is our first 60-day public safety update. We do that every 60 days. Surveillance Advisory Board now meets monthly. That is the third Thursday of every month, is what it was, and I assume it will stay there. The Police Oversight and Accountability, POAC Commission, that meets the second Thursday of every month. The Chiefs Advisory Board meets monthly, and it's the last Wednesday of every month. Public Safety Subcommittee meets monthly, and that's the first Wednesday of every month. We have the Ad Hoc Police Reform Council Subcommittee, that meets monthly. I believe that's the 4th Monday of the month. And we have obviously a variety of other community engagement activity that we do. Neighborhood Business Watch, we deploy our neighborhood impact team and engage with the community, has been very successful. We just started our Community Police Academy this Saturday. So we have 12 participants that are going through a full academy to learn about our department, and hopefully in the goal of turning them into VPD volunteers at the conclusion. And then obviously, Sergeant Hollis and our team do a variety of youth engagement with the schools and other youth organizations, which is very beneficial. Okay, let's get into the statistics. Okay, so this is our, you guys had in your packet, the December Operations Bureau report. This is the actual end-of-year crime report. These are all the categories above the blue ribbon that says subcategories, and above are NIBRS crimes that are reported to the U.S. NIBRS reporting. It used to be called FBI index reporting. Try to draw a little line here for some context of things we think may have impacted some of these. Obviously, it's multifactorial, but murders are down 32%. We do have an extremely high case closure rate. In 2024, we have 68% closure rate on our homicides, and we believe there's 2 more cases that might actually close out, so that number will go up. And in 2025, we had an 82% closure rate with 1 additional case that we think will be closed, so that will go even higher into the 80 percentiles. Rapes are down 11%. You see other sexual assaults and robberies are right about the same, the variance of about just 1 number. Those are pretty flat. And aggravated assault and simple assaults, as we've discussed in the Public Safety Subcommittee, that is a majority of that is a byproduct of our increase in domestic violence. Domestic violence is captured separately down below that we track that category ourselves, but for NIBR's purposes, those domestic violences fall within aggravated or simple assault. Through the Public Safety Subcommittee, we've initiated our Enhanced Response to Domestic Violence Initiative, and we're doing a lot of good work with a lot of partners to get resources to our victims of domestic violence. Kidnapping is up slightly, 6% from 70 last year. Burglaries, larcenies, stolen vehicles are all down substantially. Stolen vehicles down 30%. That's a very significant crime trend in the positive direction. I attribute that a lot to a flock ALPR technology. Officers they literally, not like the old days, they get literally an alert on their computer that says there's a stolen vehicle that just passed this direction. And that has really helped with, I think, deterring stolen vehicles. Larceny is down 26%. We know in years past there's been a real big problem with retail theft. I think some of our retail theft operations with some of our big box stores have been very successful in deterring that activity. And of course, we do holiday patrol each holiday season that I think has an effect on that. Arson's up slightly, 16%, 37 instead of 32. And again, just real briefly on the subcategories, auto burglaries and auto thefts, these are literally thefts from a vehicle, are down 21%. And most significantly, shooting cases are down 25% in 2025 as compared to 24. So that's a very significant trend. And I won't belabor it, but domestic violence cases are spiking. It's a bit of a reverse bell curve. We're getting actually back to the numbers that we were in pre-21-ish. So this is not numbers we have never seen before, but we did have a drastic drop after COVID, during and after COVID, and now it's kind of drawing back up. All right, next slide. This is all in the packet here, but these are the end of year numbers. Actually, these are not the numbers that are in the packet. These are the end of year numbers. I won't go through them because I know I'm trying to be brief. I want to point out a couple of highlighted trends that I wanted to show you guys and speak to the public about. And I also wanted to correct the record of something I said at the Public Safety Subcommittee. So I had a lot of call for more enforcement by the Vallejo Police Department, more enforcement, traffic safety, et cetera. I just want to point out 4,734 traffic stops. That's a 94% increase from last year. We're doing a lot more enforcement. Officer-initiated incidents have gone up 38%. That means when an officer actually sees something and initiates an incident. That's proactive policing. And our arrests are up 42%. That's a significant number. 2,440 arrests, up 42%, and where I misspoke a little bit at the Public Safety Committee. Our use of force number stayed essentially the same. In 2024, we had 148 use of force incidents. And in 2025, we had 151. So only 3 difference, but yet our arrests increased 42%. Generally in my business, when you see arrests go up, use of force kind of trend up generally in that same regard. Our use of force stayed flat, and our arrests went up 42%. Unfortunately, officer assaults did increase by 23%. And also on the good front, police pursuits dropped by 11%. We have had a downward trend over the last several years due to a lot of reforms and different safeguards that we've implemented, so that's welcome news as well. All right, average response times. You guys have seen this before as well. Our average response times continue to improve. We always, as always, we compare this 12-month average period to the 12-month average period in the previous year. So in this 12-month period through January of 26, our average response time on priority 1, life and death emergencies, is improved by 36% as compared to last year, and we're at just over 9 minutes. We still are shooting for that 6-minute mark, and we're on the right track for that. Priority 2 calls, we've improved by 50% compared to last year. That number continues to get better. That was quite a long period of time during their emergency proclamation that number stayed really flat, priority 2s and 3s. So now we're just starting to see some movement in priority 2s and 3s, and priority 3 is improved by 41%. The next time we report out, we will also be reporting out on, and later tonight, the Sheriff's Department will report out on their average response times, which are just individual to their 3 beats during their 10-hour shifts. But this report will also aggregate all the Sheriff Department and Vallejo Police Department's collective response times. Okay, abandoned vehicles. This is a topic of discussion all the time. I wanted to put out some actual factual numbers and some information, and I know this is teed up probably for a further discussion from here. Statistics, we started out in 2024 with over 4,000 abandoned vehicles on C-Click Fix. As of March 1st, last week, we were down to 1,590 vehicles on C-Click Fix. We are, though, trying to really encouraging our staff to answer the C-Click Fix entries in the order they received, for fairness. We are at about September, October of 25, so we are a bit backlogged, but not as backlogged as we were before. As we've reported in the past, we have one full-time senior police assistant at the traffic division, and all she does is abandoned vehicles. We have now one police cadet part-time that does abandoned vehicles, and we just had a meeting about this today. We have our 5 patrol police assistants that are assigned to the patrol division. They now take the list and have done this. It's been a while now, but I've confirmed that they take the C-Click Fix list and they also check off vehicles. So I envision this list getting smaller and smaller and smaller. If it doesn't, then that's on me, and we need to find a way to fix that. I want to get this down to 0 as quickly as possible, so then we can just, as they come in, we can address them. Some strategies, and this slide was kind of a request at the Public Safety Subcommittee. Some strategies. It's pretty simple. We need more people to tow abandoned vehicles. It's a people issue, so we need more staff. I think we've done that with basically 6.5 people that are doing it pretty regularly. So we're in the right direction on that. And tow sweeps. So tow sweeps are another really good tool that we can get a lot of personnel together on a one-day period and take a big chunk out of a lot of these numbers. Then that backs into another problem, capacity at the tow yards. The tow yards that we have on our tow rotation that are only within the city of Vallejo can only take so many abandoned vehicles. And then if you enter into the equation homeless encampments, then you have RVs and things like that. It gets, they get full really quick. So we do have an issue. I know that everybody wants some potential solutions. It's not a simple problem. If it was a simple problem, we would have fixed this years ago. Some potential solutions is to kind of revisit the rotational tow contract that we do need to look at because it's expired. Just some ideas. We could just renew the contract and we will have our tow companies that will be back on the rotation. Or we could look at doing an RFP and finding new tow companies that are in the region. Right now, our contract as written, it says you have to have a tow yard in the city of Vallejo. There is other tow companies out there that would be interested in getting on our rotation that could open up our capacity. A little bit outside the box thinking is coming up with 2 rotations, a abandoned vehicles rotations and a standard tow rotation. Kind of the deal for tow companies is we tow the junk cars for you and we don't pay them for it, and then they get to put a lien on it. They don't make a lot of money on it, but because they're on our rotation, they get the tows that actually make money. Car accidents, arrest, and where they have to get the vehicle out after they've gotten out of custody. That's where they actually make money on the tows. So it's kind of a give and take deal. So having 2 rotations, I think one thing that gets the rotation, the tow companies upset is if they take an abandoned car, then they go to the bottom of the line. The next person might get a tow where they'll make money. If you have 2 tow rotations, just an idea, outside the box thinking, but I just want to make sure you guys know we are thinking about these potential solutions. And again, as I said, potentially adding tow companies from outside of Vallejo. These are all possible solutions. And then finally, I'll just touch on, we really need to work on a city process on how to dismantle RVs, particularly RVs. There does need to be, if we want to do it right and clear out capacity at the tow yards, there needs to be some city involvement. There is some legal issues that the city attorney, when we talk about this, there's some risk involved when you evaluate value the property and how much it's worth, but it's something to talk about. It's a conversation because those RVs do take up a lot of time. But again, I just wanted to hit a slide on that with some factual information. We will report out on abandoned vehicles every 60-day public update, and I know we're going to take it on as a topic at the Public Safety Subcommittee. Okay, I'll just blast through these. Some of our priority and programs and initiatives. Vallejo Vision, our gun violence reduction initiative. We're spring 2026 for a rollout on that program. We are in progress in the sex trafficking reduction initiative that we've been working extensively in the Public Safety Subcommittee. We have our, as I mentioned a little bit ago on the crime stats, the VPD's Enhanced Response to Domestic Violence. That initiative is in progress, working with a lot of organizations and have a lot of partnerships and things that are going to come from that written initiative that is in draft form, working with the Public Safety Subcommittee. I already said this, we started our community academy on Saturday and hope to revitalize our volunteer program from that. We have our Neighborhood Watch, Business Watch programs are ongoing. We've taken up traffic safety as a topic of discussion at the Public Safety Subcommittee. A lot of robust, comprehensive discussions on that, and we have some action items associated with actionable things that are going to come from that in the subcommittee. We have we are in our last year of programming in our Public Safety Partnership, PSP is what we call it. That's through the United States Department of Justice, BJA. We have kind of some exciting news. On April 15th, we have a Community Engagement Strategic Plan Workshop. So that is something that they are bringing in subject matter experts. We are going to have a workshop internally and for some external stakeholders to walk away with that from with a community engagement strategic written plan that can be the blueprint for our community engagement in our department for years to come. And again, just to touch on our police reform, the efforts that we're putting in there, that is an ongoing project. We have 1 lieutenant, 2 sergeants, 1 corporal, 1 retired police annuitant, 1 project consultant, and 4 administrative analysts. I just say that in that we're going to present out in a future format on our reform progress through year 1. And I know we talk about it at the ad hoc subcommittee on police reform as well, but I just really want to highlight and daylight that we are dedicated a lot of staff to this endeavor. All right, this is the end here, and then we'll go to the sheriff. Just again, kind of recapping, significant drops in several crime areas, especially gun violence and burglaries and theft that are of extreme importance to the community. We have a lot more enforcement this year with traffic stops and arrests, while use of force stayed consistent and police pursuits dropped. We continue to have our key relationships with law enforcement partners. CHP still giving us one day a month on sideshow deterrence. That is very helpful. They continue to do enforcement on surface streets off the freeway. And we have our federal partners that we meet with monthly through our PSP partnership. So we have a very good collective law enforcement relationship going. What do we need to work on? We need to get more cops in the door here, 100%, asterisk next to that. As you see, we need to keep our current employees. And then we need to really balance. We have some city budget realities that are really facing us as a department and public safety as well. And we've already implemented our overtime reduction strategies that may come up in the budget presentation, so I won't take time on that. And then we have our sheriff's partners, the Solano Sheriff's Department, that provided us some stats that were from January 1st when they started their contract services with us to March 1st. So I don't know who wants to come up and just present the stats. Okay.
Right here. All right. So Brad Dwell, your sheriff. I'm so happy to be here tonight to talk to you about what our partnership that's been, I would say, extremely successful, and we've been working really well together. Heavy lift from everybody, including this council. We really appreciate your support in this endeavor, and like the deputy chief said, I know the partnerships that we have in law enforcement are critical, and I think that there's been a lot of us working heavily to try to make all the inner workings that you can't even see work, including the data. So I'm happy to present some of this data and then obviously take any questions that you may have. So we, during our, I think we're about to enter week 8, and you get the response times from January 21st to March 1st, and we're going to talk about priority 1 calls, 2 and 3. We try to mimic kind of the same data that you've been getting with the city, with the police department, and so that way you're getting this consistent information. So for priority 1 calls, I think you're reporting out next, Bobby, on the same type of information, right? So we have like the similar timeline as far as 9 minutes, 21 seconds is our priority 1 response times. That is 358 calls for service during that period of time. Our priority 2 at 18 minutes, 57 seconds, I'm sorry, I messed that up. Priority 1, 9 minutes, 27 seconds, 33 calls for service. Yeah, sorry. Priority 2 at 18 minutes, 57 seconds and 176 calls. Priority 3 at 23 minutes 36 seconds, 149 calls for service there. Then we start talking about some of our key activity indicators, reports taken at 102, 149 traffic stops, 38 pedestrian stops, 30 area checks, 34 arrests, and 10 citations. So that is really those indicators for the month.
Wonderful. Thank you both. Thank you both so much. So I'm gonna, again, I wanted to call this out of order, so we'd have a chance to hear from our sheriff and our team, and out of respect for your time and the partnership, and we're excited to hear the update. I will give a quick round of questions or comments from council and public comments. I'll just remind us to keep it quite brief since we bumped it up the agenda, and I will go to Councilmember Vallejo.
Thank you both. So when we look at the statistics that you brought forward, Sheriff, and when we look at on the VPD side and we meld all this information together, what does it essentially say?
It says that, first of all, when it comes to response times, when you have 6 deputy sheriffs and a sergeant for 3 beats, they get to the calls a lot faster. So I will say that I think it's an important note that as we start to report out on moving forward, I just saw the first one today, aggregate numbers, you should see their very good response times combined with our redeployment of officers to other geographic areas while the sheriff is covering beats 2, 3, and 4, that our response times will continue to improve.
Thank you. So it would be really good as a member of the safety committee is to be able to take that information, aggregate it, and be able to talk about it more deeply, because I think that's important. There's a reason why we have gone through the lengths that we have to bring on the sheriff department as a partner, and so we need to be able to really explain what is the impact to our community and why this matters, right? So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you, DC Knight. I'll try to be brief. With regard to the abandoned vehicle abatement, so I just want to make sure we're correct. So aside from the evidence tow, in our current rotation, is it 2 companies that we have contracted with?
On our rotation, is it 7? I think it's 7 tow
7.
companies. The evidence
Within
tow
the
is
city.
separate. That's a whole separate
Right.
contract.
So 7 within the city.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right. And just daylighting it here, myself, Councilmember Lejeune, and Councilmember Matias were in the Public Safety Subcommittee, but just daylighting that, I was asking about retweaking the focus deterrence concept and retooling that for intimate partner violence intervention. So the lethality assessment is one thing, but also on the prevention side, can we do better to intervene? Because I know that a majority of those offenders are prolific offenders, if I'm not mistaken, in domestic violence. Is that correct?
There is a significant number of repeat offenders, yes.
Right. So I think there's opportunity there to intervene when we can. And iHeart, they are responding to priority 3 or priority 2 calls?
Either or, so they can respond to priority 2 calls if there is no danger involved, or we can do a co-response with our patrol officers. So they can go to priority 2 calls, and then of course priority 3 calls. Also, they can supplement a priority 1, 2, or 3 call once the scene is stabilized. We can call an iHeart as well. So kind of any combination thereof.
Okay, great. And this is to the city attorney. I don't know if Veronica Neva's here, but Randy, are you familiar with the SB 720, the red light camera law that came out late last year?
I can't cite it
Okay,
word
no
for
worries.
word off the top of my head,
Yeah.
but yes, I've seen the law.
I'll forward that email, but just looking forward to seeing whether that is an opportunity for us as well. So my understanding, and this is a maybe, that there's an opportunity that we could pursue the red light camera without having to pull a sworn officer to help manage that. I don't know if that's possible, but I just want to make sure that we're fully investigating as much as possible. Because before the reason was like, hey, we don't want to peel away one of our guys for this, but if we can do it without a sworn officer, that's an opportunity.
And we have talked about that quite a bit at the Surveillance Advisory Board meetings.
Okay, great.
So, yeah.
Great. And just lastly, at the last Public Safety Subcommittee meeting, we had prioritized bringing back police reform. Now, my understanding that there's an ad hoc police reform committee. This seems like a duplication of the duty, and I don't want to like burden staff to do the same job twice, speaking personally. And I wonder if there's an opportunity for just to cross-load that to the appropriate ad hoc subcommittee. But you guys don't do that on camera, correct?
No, because we're ad hoc. We meet, yeah.
Yeah.
We meet once a month
So-
with
so-
staff on the reform and are discussing what the community rollout and engage. Yeah, we're working on what that rollout looks like of that information.
Okay, I mean, I want to balance between not overburdening the staff, but also trying to make sure that the community is engaged with this. So if you guys are going to be doing this in the
We're
near
talking about it
future-
right now.
So, I mean, would it be okay with the rest of council that we cross-load that over to the subcommittee? I'm perfectly fine with that, and that would leave us more time to do all the other things that we were planning on doing in our subcommittee. But that's all I had to say for now. Thanks.
Right. I see Councilmember Gordon, Councilmember Matias. I'll just ask us if we can try to expedite in the interest of the budget item still that has to go.
Thank you so much for your report. I truly appreciate this. I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues already said because one of the things that but I would like to add. So going back, first of all, I want to thank you. I have met most of the sheriff's departments and in their beats, and I appreciate the work that they're doing. I have counted at least 4 or 5 times within a day that I will see the sheriff, and I appreciate that. From the community center, from Springs Road, so I appreciate that, that they're visual, right? And they're approachable to the community. I believe I met one of the sheriff deputy. People are coming up to him off of Springs Road, welcoming him, giving them coffee, whatever. So just letting them know they appreciate them being there, as well they are with our Vallejo PD. So they appreciate the partnership. But I would like to add a concern regarding the vehicles. I saw your report on that. I feel like at least half of that is in District 6. And I mean, you can just go down Cherry, Porter, Sandy Beach. I mean, just nice vehicles. That's another thing. It's kind of throwing me off, like someone just literally dumped them. So I caught a guy with a bed, and I took a picture and everything. And on the back of the vehicle, it has HWY, which is mean Highway Patrol. And the concern is, what he was sharing with me is that, not that he was doing it, he was actually picking up a vehicle. I videotaped him, I made sure of this. But he said that what has been happening is they'll pick up from the freeway, and then they will dump them in communities and get a repay again, because the city's gonna call them and have them pick them up. So I just want us to be conscious about that happening. If you go on Sonoma Boulevard, some of my colleagues maybe can confirm that, but there's vehicles there, no tires, on blocks. That is not a homeless situation. Someone's literally doing this. And so I thank Oscar for putting signs up that says you can't be here more than a certain amount of time. And I just hope that that you all will be enforcing them, because the signs are new, thanks to the city manager as well, making sure that we get these new signs out. But the problem is that I'm hearing from the community is now there's no enforcement. And so if we can help enforce that, I would appreciate that. My last concern is regarding the prostitution. I am seeing less of that. I want to thank you for that. I thank my colleague for making that one of our number one focus last year. And my colleague, Charles, sorry, my
Hey, Charles is fine.
I'm sorry. Palmera, sorry about that. Give that a senior moment. But I want to thank him for that because I've been getting multiple compliments because of between the sheriff, the police, and the highway patrol, the partnership, we appreciate you all. But for District 6, I would like to see making sure that that doesn't come into, it's like, it seems like it's leaving there and now coming into District 6. More Sonoma Boulevard in the back roads. So if we can keep an eye on that, I would appreciate that. And anything I could do to partner, just reach out to let me know.
Councilmember Matias.
One more thing, sorry about that. So you know on the C-Click Fix you was mentioning about for some reason when you report the vehicle, let's say you did that, but if someone already reported or you already reported, it kicks you out. So like if you're still seeing it again, if for some reason it's kicking you out, I don't know if that's a technical thing, but if you could please find out about that, I appreciate that. That's not only me, but other people state the same thing.
All right, Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to make 3 quick points. First, want to thank our police department and our firefighters, our entire public safety personnel for what has been a really good year, making some significant gains in reducing crime and responding to calls. I think it's important to call that out, given our resourcing constraints. And so just want to publicly commend each and every one of you guys, as well as all of the partners that are helping us really address the number one priority for our community. On that same vein, when it comes to staffing, I know that there are sort of several key issues you've raised or areas that you feel like we should be doing, whether that's investing in our cadet program, whether that's really digging into that recruitment company. I hope that whether that's through the public safety subcommittee or through the budget process, you guys are making the necessary asks, because we have to make the investment we're making in the sheriff's office worthwhile. I mean, part of it is not just responding to calls, it's also really accelerating our recruitment into the department so that when the time comes for that contract to lapse, we've got a good number of officers in the department that can take up that work. So to the extent that we can be a partner in that work, please let us know. I know we've been digging into some of these discussions in the Public Safety Subcommittee, which gets me to my last point, and it's just a general comment I want to make. We've been digging in as a Public Safety Subcommittee for almost a year now, and my own experience, I'm just going to speak for myself, is that I mean, you guys are not just dealing with like having to respond to phone calls, but you're also having to, on the fly, you're building or flying the plane as you're building it when it comes to really forming partnerships and relationships with organizations here in Vallejo, because it's not, you know, whether it's gun violence, domestic violence, any of these issues that you called out, if someone can't really access a resource, then the only part we're doing is the policing part and not really the getting the person out of the trouble and out of the violent cycle that they may be in. And so I'm saying that to say that there's a lot of work that we as a city have to do, because we don't have that infrastructure at the place that it should be to be able to support survivors, to be able to support different folks that are dealing with different issues across the city. And so this is not something we're going to solve in one day or a few months or even a year. We have to make sure that our numbers are up in PD, and that we also have the service providers in our city well-funded and with the right level of resourcing to be able to provide supports to the community. And that's going to be a conversation we're going to have as a community to be able to see even more gains in our crime reduction and in getting folks the supports that they need. And then when it comes to abandoned vehicles, my last point I think I said it last week in the public safety subcommittee meeting. I don't really know, how we can get that additional tow contract in place. Whatever needs to happen with the legal team, whether we need direction tonight or next week, that needs to be prioritized because it's something that's been top of mind for community. And I appreciate all the level of effort you guys have put into it. And yeah, I still want to see that number get down to 0. So whatever contracts need to be signed, whatever companies we need to be engaging, if we need to call for a vote for that tonight, I'm more than happy to move on that. But we really need to dig in and see some additional reductions, which is not a knock on you guys because you guys are doing a great job, but more so there needs to be focus on the part of the entire city agency to prioritize really addressing abandoned vehicles. So those are the 3 general comments. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Do we have any public comment on this item? All right, let's call our online speakers. How many do we have?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 2 online speakers.
All right, let's call them.
Start with Jessica Martinez. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, thank you. I want to also say thank you for the added presence that we have here in Vallejo. It's been noticed. I had 5 questions that I wanted to follow up with. I'm just going to read them. The first being, is there any data analysis that has been conducted on the crime trends with city data that could account for lower crime rates? The second is, what is the appetite for technology to further support the needs for the city and the department? Third, if we increase people, how will those resources be allocated when the needs decrease? And this is specifically related to the towing capacity. And can private lots be rented in the interim? There's a lot in the city that I see that are always having weeds and everything, and it ends up being a homeless issue too. And if so, what's the cost benefit analysis for each of the proposed scenarios that were discussed? And can community trained volunteers be involved? My fourth question for the topic is for the cadet programs. They have historically had issues with grooming. So I just want to know what safeguards will be implemented to prevent these situations from happening. And fifth question, how is the data that was presented around statistics being evaluated? There had been a mention in reduction in police force. And so I'm wondering, is that data being evaluated by video based off of an algorithm and AI, or is it based off of human accounting? And if so, is that those standards, either the algorithm or the metrics, are they standards across state and nation? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's call our next speaker.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann C. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Ann C., you're unmuted. I do not see your voice coming through. Do you want to try disconnecting and reconnecting your audio?
Hello?
There we go.
Yep, we got you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry. So I really do appreciate seeing more activity, more law enforcement support on the street, and to echo the other caller, people have noticed, and unlike many situations where people might see law enforcement and groan, we've had so little in the way of street enforcement. I think people kind of applaud when they see traffic stops and they see whatever is going on. I'm also thrilled about the sheriff coming in and helping with giving a presence in the area. Having said that, and I will acknowledge also there have been some specific things like sideshows are down, bus are up, all of that is great. but I have some concerns, and I'm disappointed to see that our recruitment efforts, for example, in getting additional officers on is still glacial, and we're not meeting our targets that we had set for ourselves and that we need to meet. Whatever needs to happen there, I hope greater attention is paid to that and we don't get complacent, because of course the sheriff is here only for a year. The sheriff's support is only for a year, and it takes whatever it is, 12 to 18 months to get new officers on board. I was also very disappointed to see a lack of focus or engagement around the abandoned cars issue, which has been brought up so very many times, including the possibility of at least eliminating the duplications on the list and also identifying when cars are no longer there. And that could be done by volunteers. And I'm very disappointed that Officer Knight did not mention that in his report. That just seems like a no-brainer to me, is to at least get some low-hanging fruit taken care of. And then finally, given that we have had such a problem in terms of taking care of so many things, it was just very, very disappointing to me that when the city went through its revision of a security guard contract, they only decided to come up with one extra security guard who could fill in for areas where we didn't have either official police officers or sheriff support. And that is just a missed opportunity and really a disservice to the community. So I'm glad to see forward motion and progress, but there's still a lot of areas we need to handle. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you. That is all of our comments on this item. I know there were a lot of questions asked. I know I saw the DC writing them down and I wrote them down. For the sake of time, I'm going to close the item and we can make sure to follow up on those things later. But I just again want to thank you both for the presentations and our sheriff's team. If you all could wave in the back. We've got some of our sheriff's lieutenant and a sergeant, I believe, in the back. Just want to say again how much we appreciate you all being in town and helping us out. And it's great to see the numbers showing that improvement. So thank you. And I should know, having sat up here for over a year, that we cannot go through an item quickly. So we will now start our action calendar, and we will start with our budget item. So I'll ask the city clerk to please announce item 9A, and we'll open up public comment on the item as well.
Present options and receive feedback to address the forecasted fiscal year 26-27 general fund budget shortfall and provide notice of intent to amend fiscal year 25-26 budget. This is step 1 of 2.
All right, thank you. We have our ACM and our finance team up here. I will turn it over to you as soon as you are ready, and then anyone wishing to address the council on this item, of course, as usual, you can sign up at the kiosk in the back or by raising your hand online. We will take public comment after the staff presentation. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, council members, Nalango Conley, Assistant City Manager. So this presentation is actually in 2 parts. We're actually going to take the budget balancing piece first, and then unfortunately we're going to bring back the mid-year discussion, but I think that can potentially go kind of quick because we've covered that a couple of different times. And so what we're asking this evening is obviously your feedback, your comments, your thoughts and suggestions on the budget balancing piece, and then hopefully to get your approval of the mid-year budget. Is that? Does that? Oh. We got control. Okay. So just briefly of the general fund overview, just as a recap, as of December 31st, that's sort of what our general fund balance looked like, the $23.91 million. As you'll see for mid-year, there is a revision. So even though there is a deficit, I know this might be a little confusing for folks who are watching this, we actually end the year with a larger fund balance. Part of that, and we'll go over this in the mid-year, is that there was additional revenues found, primarily because the ACFR when that look back happened, it's basically the true up of the financials as of June 30th, 2025, and there was additional revenues found. So the mid-year includes accepting those funds into the budget. So even though there are some additional expenditures that we're asking for mid-year, there are a number of revenue and I guess cost-saving measures that we're also taking, and therefore we project to end this fiscal year with a higher fund balance than when we started the fiscal year. So now we get to the part of our balancing options. So this was at council direction that before bringing the mid-year back, that you wanted to see how we were going to be addressing the $20+ million budget deficit. So we are going to go through this line by line and happy to take questions perhaps after this slide, unless you want to wait till the end of the presentation. So our projected deficit, when we round it up, is approximately $29 million for fiscal year 26-27. We are suggesting in the first two buckets, these are ongoing reductions. So the first under number one for personnel is using the OPEB trust fund to offset in the amount of $2.7 million. That fund is it's very large currently, and the expenditures that hit are quite low. So I believe that fund right now is at 90%, somewhere around 90%, and we don't need to basically hold all that money in that fund. So this might not just be not a one-time. We project potentially being able to use this kind of offset for several years before we might have to make any more contributions. We also have $3 million in vacancy savings. These are positions that were budgeted but were not filled. And obviously for freezing positions, that line is blank because we're actually trying to look at not freezing any positions, simply eliminating the ones that we think that we can cut from the budget. That takes us to the next line, that's position eliminations. We estimate savings of $5.3 million. This line, City Manager Murray reached out to all the department directors and asked them to look to their staffing and see if they could implement a 10% reduction in personnel. We were able to achieve this reduction, I believe, with mostly non-filled positions, I think except for one, possibly two positions. And then for police and fire overtime, this is an issue that we're just asking both chiefs to take on just over the last month or so. And they came up with some estimates that they could potentially reduce the combined overall overtime budget by $3 million. That's through a series of actually staffing, I guess, changes potentially, but also we have a grant, the SAFER grant, which actually is overstaffing fire, but it should bring about a reduction in overtime shifts. And so we anticipate being able to actually realize that $3 million reduction. And there might be other reductions in that area as they actually really look at the staffing model and how they actually coordinate among their team, and if VPD is able to hire more officers, we anticipate some of those numbers going down even further. And as of right now, we have yet to enter into any agreements with any of the unions regarding a COLA, so we haven't actually budgeted for that. So we see that we're actually removing that as an assumption from the budget until those agreements are finalized. So that, in terms of personnel reductions, we anticipate realizing $15.7 million. And then for non-personnel costs, there are some non-discretionary services and supplies. That's essentially a 20% reduction of just like our contracts and what we spend in straight up PO costs. We anticipate some savings with our insurance premiums by being more accurate with our public safety staffing numbers. Public safety carries quite a bit of risk, and so when we simply give them numbers of unfilled positions, it raises our insurance premiums. So we're just going to be doing more accurate reporting there, and we expect to realize about an $800,000 savings. And the city has several discretionary programs. One is participatory budgeting, and the other one is city-sponsored events. I would say because participatory budgeting hasn't really had a dedicated staff person in almost 2 years, that we could potentially pause that since they are just starting to have, I think, conversations about beginning cycle 9. I would say for city-sponsored events, however, we've recently been able to see the impact report on that. And so for every dollar spent, we actually see a force multiplier of about 30. And so it has a big impact in terms of economic development. And so we've actually been talking to our interim director, Brad Paul, who's going to bring that item back and potentially present a way of funding that program, not through the general fund, potentially considering using Measure P funds for that, because economic development is a category for which City Council has actually funded things like that in the past. So that actually will be coming back to you, I believe, April 24th, I believe is the council date for that, along with the ED, the 10th, April 10th? Oh, April 10th, along with the ED staffing plan as well as work plan. And then after talking to Public Works, they identified sort of a more realistic number in terms of vehicle replacements, and they believe that they can get by, instead of the 3.2 million, 1.6 million. So for non-personal costs, we realized the savings of about 5.3 million. So together, that brings us to about 21 million. It still leaves 8 million left. And so, you know, with a couple of weeks' time to sort of come up with these numbers. We've come up with sort of one-time solutions. We can, of course, adjust this, and just know that this is the first pass at this budget. We will be talking about the budget for the next several months. You have until the middle of May to adopt a balanced budget, so this isn't set in stone, and the numbers will possibly change over time. But we could consider deferral of some capital improvement projects, although the general fund contribution to capital projects is small, so I don't know that that would be significant, and we might realize the delay in some really critical projects that you guys have identified that you want to move forward with. But the largest one here is the use of the workers' comp program surplus fund. That, again, like our OPEB trust, is overly funded. And so we're suggesting the use of $4.4 million from that right now, because trending, we don't pay out that much in our workers' comp fund. So we can essentially use that money. I believe it brings us to 80%, which is still pretty high to carry for a city our size, and considering our track record in that area. We do still have Monsanto funds, and so there's the possibility of using $1 million as a one-time solution there. We also have new grant funding offsets. We do have some current grant funds that we've actually not drawn down any admin costs yet. We'll have to do a review to see what's eligible. If they're all eligible, that could potentially be about a $200,000 for that. But as you know, every time we apply for a grant, it's actually taking on more work. And so with reductions in staff and vacant positions, you know, we'd have to be really intentional about the money that we go after to make sure that we're able to carry it out. And then those next two items, there's the use of general fund balance. So as mentioned previously, every 11 years, the city normally has 26 pay periods in a year. And every 11 years, just based on timing, we end up with an extra pay period. It's a 27th pay period. The city does not historically budget for that. And so, and of course, for the 26-27 fiscal year, we have a 27th pay period. the cost of the city for that is $1.6 million. And so we are, a solution is to potentially use the fund balance to pay that for $1.6 million. And then the sort of just general other overage expenses totals another $1 million. And so, for one-time solutions, if you approve eventually using $2.6 million, that essentially addresses our entire deficit for the next fiscal year. Now, this is high level. This is sort of first pass. These are all large buckets. We'll refine these numbers, once we get back suggestions from you and direction, and we get the actuals. But this is sort of our first pass in terms of balancing and addressing the $20+ million deficit for next year. And I can move on. I don't know if you want to take those questions, but I can move into the mid-year. Does that make sense, or did you want to stop and ask questions here?
I'm going to kind of look around and see if anybody has urgent questions about the budget balancing. I'm seeing, just based on people's faces, I think maybe we just proceed to the mid-year, and then we'll do all our questions at once.
Okay, so this we can probably go through pretty quick. This is just, again, a recap of the mid-year. So as I mentioned with the general fund balance, the first slide in this presentation, as you can see from the left column, the revised budget, the ending fund balance, $23.9 million, and then the mid-year adjustments are actually the things that we're asking for. And so that number at the top, the $2.319 million, is funds that were essentially, I don't want to say discovered, but essentially through the reconciliation process, the full true up and close out as of June 30th, 2025, there were additional revenues identified. And so part of the mid-year request is that we accept that into the budget. We also identified an additional $328,000. As you can see, vacancy savings was approximately $7 million, and then there's, of course, the overtime adjustment that we have to account for. We had the addition of the leave payouts, and then our mid-year ask for services and supplies, we were able to reduce that down to $1.9 million. And then we had some transfers and subsidies of the $631,000 dealing with planning. And then we had some additional expenditures of $850,000. So the mid-year adjustments are ones that we've went over before. And so we're asking to amend our budget, and that's what the ending numbers look like. So as you can see, in terms of our fund balance, that's why we actually show an increase in the fund balance, even though we show a deficit, right, through the amended fiscal year 25-26 budget. And I would say we don't always find money when we do the true up, but there are contracts that close with still money on the books. And so when you sort of close all that out and you do the full true up and you look at what you've actually spent versus what you've budgeted for, you tend to find revenues. And in our case, it actually found quite a bit, which allows us to increase the fund balance for the 25-26 fiscal year. So this is actually going over our revenues. So we went over this last time. As you can see, most of the revenues have gone down. Property tax was up. Cannabis tax was down quite a bit. That's because there had to be a repayment because there was some overages there. But for the most part, revenues are fairly flat. They did go up slightly, but as you can see, the difference between where we were in December, $151.5 million, and then what we're going to amend is $151.8 million. The difference is $280,000. So this is the detailed version of the mid-year ask. I don't know that I need to go over this. We've refined it some more. We took out some other discretionary asks, and we really tried to pare it down to the bare minimum, knowing that we had some budget balancing activities for the next fiscal year. And so this is the continuation. So we were able to bring this down to approximately, I believe the full amount was $1.9 million And I think originally it was at 3.2 million. And so this is the staffing request for mid-year. Again, we went through, talked to directors, really tried to prioritize. Of course, all these were priority, but we asked them if you could get one or two, which would those be? And so the ask here is to unfreeze the Secretary in Economic Development, unfreeze the Analyst 2 in Finance. As we mentioned last time, there's a personnel analyst in HR that was frozen, but the budget wasn't removed. And so we still have the budget there for that. So we're just asking that position be unfrozen, as well as the Employee and Labor Relations Officer. And then we're asking to add the program manager for the reform effort for VPD. So after this, we are proposing these next steps. Hopefully that you will approve the mid-year request that we're making this evening. And so step 2 will come before you on March 24th. I know we sent down communication asking your availability for a number of special meetings. We tried to pare that down. We think we can get away with basically doing 2, so we're proposing perhaps having the study session on April 7th, and there we'll present more of the general fund baseline budget. We'll talk about our key assumptions, any requests that you make. We'll talk about any of the budget balancing actuals, and then we plan on sending out a community survey, getting that feedback, which is something that I know that happens annually. And then we'll get direction from council on any additional programs that you'd like for us to incorporate into the budget. And we hope by that time to perhaps have some information on the 5-year general fund forecast. We're working with a consultant right now. We're hoping to get them online in the next couple of weeks to provide that forecasting information for us. As you know, we have to, by charter, publish the budget on May 15th. And, there's still some work to be done after that. And so we're proposing to have a study session on June 2nd, where we will go over the proposed budget and talk about any last minute changes, and then finally do the final presentation on June 9th.
Right.
And that's it.
Thank you very much. Why don't we start by taking public comment, and then we'll get to council questions and comments. So we'll call our in-person speakers.
Okay, the first speaker is Jonathan Aliberti.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'll try to keep it short this evening. I appreciate the city staff working on the budget and trying to maintain fire protection services here in the city. So I'm here tonight to speak about the importance of maintaining adequate staffing levels in the Vallejo Fire Department. Any reduction in staffing resources means a decrease in service to the community and longer response times when people call for help. Our department works hard to maintain service with the resources we have. One of the primary tools used to maintain daily staffing is overtime. Overtime is primarily used to keep fire stations staffed and open. The city has historically under-budgeted for fire department overtime. The overtime budget appears to be exceeded even when it is simply being used to maintain normal operations. You're probably all wondering how we got here. The Vallejo Fire Department currently experiences a 35% attrition rate. We recruit, hire, and train firefighters, give them valuable experience, and then many of them leave for departments that offer higher pay, better benefits, and improved working conditions. When that happens, those vacancies can remain unfilled for nearly a year while we repeat the lengthy process of hiring. Those vacancies must be filled with overtime to keep fire stations open. Recently, our union worked with fire administration and the city to fund additional positions specifically to reduce overtime. Even with those new positions, we have not yet been able to fully staff them due to continued attrition and retirements. In addition, our members assisted the city grant writer in securing a SAFER grant that will fund 6 additional firefighter positions that will help reduce the overtime budget and potential increase in services. Our members have worked a lot of mandatory overtime over the last 5 or 6 years. We are interested in reducing the overtime budget as well, but we'd like to maintain services for the community. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We have 2 speakers online. We'll start with Jessica Martinez. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi. I heard that some of the grants required work. So my question is, are we not submitting to all the grants that we have that we would qualify for? And if that is the case, is there a financial model or assessment being done for like cost benefit analysis of if we were to submit it, even though it requires more time, how that impacts our long-term prospects? And following up to that, has the city considered doing grant writing workshops so that community members could help and participate in the grant writing process if city staff is overwhelmed?
Thank you very much. Do we have any other online speakers? All right.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we do have 2 other speakers. Carol Heap, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Please verify.
Yes, we can.
As Ann would say. Well, good evening, everyone. The last speaker took my thunder, so that's okay. But I wanted to speak on grant writing. I used to be a professional grant writer, and it's not true that grant writing takes a great deal of time. It actually doesn't. The research takes a little time, finding what foundation or agency you qualify for. But after that, it's pretty much rote. All applications pretty much need 4 out of 5 pieces of information that's all the same on every grant. It's the who, the what, the where, the when. And the only one you have to get creative with is the why. Why do you need the money? What are you going to use it for? And it's really, once you get a form, after that it's very easy. And you just have to do the research and then fill out the 5th section of the application. So I disagree that it's difficult. I disagree that it takes a great deal of time. The first one takes the most. After that, pretty simple stuff. So it's just that you got to have the will. You have to have the motivation to do it. And people are very intimidated by the process. So you need to find somebody who's not intimidated, or make somebody do it so they can see it's easier than they think. It's like public speaking. People are very frightened of public speaking, and writing. People are very frightened of writing. But I got to tell you, once you get it down, it's really easy to do. So I really think that this city has always been behind the ball when it comes to grant writing. There's always been a reluctance by staff. And I just think somehow, some way, we have to move beyond that and get somebody assigned to starting the research process, finding the grant sources, and then drafting a proposal. So that's just my comments. And I think we're really losing out by not doing that. I think this is a really good time in history for democracy to be people giving money to democracy like city governments. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Final speaker, Ann C. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to make a couple quick comments, and one is budgets are typically a little bit dull, even though they're essential. But I have to say, I'm impressed by the clarity and how concise ACM Conley is in presenting her material. And it sounds like we're in a better position now with the scrubbing they've done of various accounts and contracts versus what we initially thought we were looking at for this mid-year and also for next fiscal year. And I'm also glad that the council insisted that we start getting real about budgets and eliminating, for example, trying to do any budget savings through headcount that's not being followed through and pursued. So I think that's a healthy change. The last thing I will say is, and it's a nit, but in terms of discretionary programs, in my experience, looking at Vallejo dollar for dollar, the little that it has invested in participatory budgeting in the past is sort of a miracle multiplier in terms of great PR. It's probably had the biggest impact in terms of getting youth engaged in the city. And I will say it reached a way bigger number of youth than our own youth coordinator and youth programs are currently in terms of outreach. So I think it would be a shame to let that go because it's really been a shining star and been one of the few things that brought community together and also gave Vallejo great PR, which is something that we don't get very much of. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Is that all our speakers on the item? All right, with that, we will open it up to council questions and comments. We'll try to, if we can, limit ourselves to one round of comments, and then we'll try to move ourselves to a motion. I am not seeing anyone at this time. I think we may be thinking. I know people are going to have stuff to say. Would we like to take a very brief recess? Because I'm dragging. Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Genzer.
Thanks for the presentation. First couple of questions. One is the freeze of positions, you said the 5.3. Is this looking at doing layoffs? Is this looking at doing furloughs? Is this looking at eliminating positions? Where are you comprising the 5.3?
So when we reached out to directors, there were additional positions that hadn't been frozen but hadn't been filled. And they went through sort of the priorities that they were dealing with, and they identified some positions that could potentially be eliminated. Now, I know some of these may result in some potential slowing of some projects. I mean, the projects will eventually be done, but it may delay some things. But my understanding is I believe that there may only be one position that's filled. I see City Manager Murray. Did you want to speak on that?
Sure, I'll add just a little bit to that. So we asked every city department that uses general fund revenue to let us know that if they needed to reduce their headcount by 10%, where those positions would come from, with the exception of the fire department. They extend their staffing through the use of overtime, and they don't have very many vacancies. So that's that includes all of the administrative services department, IT, finance, HR, the city manager's office. There are 4 vacant positions. Those are all being slated to be taken off the position, not simply frozen, but removed entirely. That includes 15 positions in the police department, which are unfilled right now. So that's what those frozen, position eliminations are. So those are, we'll no longer carry them forward.
For semantics, this is just replacing the vacancy or the vacancy savings from previous budgets.
Yes, it's actually reducing the overall head count completely, right? So right now there's about 432, somewhere around there, general funded positions. So it's actually going to reduce that number to something that we could actually afford when we budget for our head count.
Okay, so it is
Versus
just
freezing.
yeah, it is salary savings, but it's not eliminating any positions. It's not doing furloughs. It's not doing anything that this council has asked for request or proposals, right?
No, so it actually is eliminating the position. So freezing leaves them,
Sure.
right? But it's actually removing
again,
them
it's
from the head
semantics,
count.
though. It's salary savings. It's not right-sizing the organization. It is just taking off of an org chart. We're not funding positions and then sweeping that funds to use elsewhere. It's semantics.
Well, no, because one actually keeps it there, so you actually rebudget for the next year. So it's a permanent reduction.
I get that, but
Yes.
I'm saying this is what we used to call salary savings. Now we're just calling it, we're eliminating this. I won't belabor that, but it's semantics. I think it's interesting. The second question I have is, I agree with the previous speaker, the participatory budgeting. I think this is something that gains a lot of civic interest, and it's a lot of opportunity for people to be a part of the budgeting process when they normally don't get a part of that process. They actually get a vote and actually have a lot of youth. I agree that the youth program that's used through participatory budgeting is probably stronger than our city's sanctioned youth program. So I would like to not see that that money eliminated. I think that we can figure out other means for doing that. I'm sorry, I'm trying to consolidate since I didn't mean to go first, but I'll start with that. Well, I'll let it go. I'll let my colleagues speak, but those are my two things. I think one is, I think we're still dangerously treading on salary savings, whatever you want to call it, and then I'm not in favor of the participatory budgeting being eliminated. Thank you.
Councilmember Leteju.
Thank you for your work. So before asking my questions, I'm just going to note this again for the record, that over the past year, the council has raised concerns several times about the city's structural budget imbalance, and we directed the city manager to begin developing strategies way before we got here today for this budget cycle to look at gaps between our ongoing revenues and ongoing expenditures. And we are facing more than a $20 million deficit. So I'd like to know, what is the city's actual, I'm not going to go through the line items. I really just am going to look at this from a big picture perspective. So what is the city's actual structural deficit entering into 26-27? We keep estimating it, but do we really know, do we have a hard fixed number? And if you can't answer that today, I know you can give me the answer later.
Yes, it's approximately $29 million.
Okay, thank you. So what are the primary drivers of the projected deficit particularly? What are those primary drivers?
Head count that we can't afford and
So that's personnel
declining
costs.
revenues, yes.
Okay, what else?
That's pretty much, that's pretty much it. It's the personnel cost, the head count, and then it's revenues that don't actually match our expenditures.
Overtime?
Yeah.
Okay. So how will the staffing changes, overtime adjustments, and operational expenditures in the mid-year update affect the FY fiscal year 26-27 baseline budget?
So there's a trade-off, right? So for the mid-year, the positions, I believe we're asking for, we pared that down to 1, 2, 3, I think it's 4, potentially 5 positions. Those all have been deemed, critical for the department directors. And so the trade-off is understanding that they may not be able to fill the other positions. And, what we were trying to say is for position eliminations, those positions will not be coming back next year. So those will not afford us any salary savings next year. They will simply be eliminated. We will always have some measure of vacancy savings. Because it's just normal to have between like a 10 and 15% vacancy rate for most organizations. So we can't say that we're going to be 100% staffed up all the time. But I anticipate the vacancy savings number being smaller, just based on the economy. And I would say that moving forward, most of the ongoing reductions should hold. I would say the part that is still something that we'll have to address are the one-time solutions. So there's probably close to about $8 million that we'll have to look to addressing, after this next fiscal year.
So we're saying that we have a $29 million deficit, and if we and potentially we're going to carry over new requests that will impact us about $8 million. Or am I incorrect when I say that?
Well, the new request won't impact, but it adds to that, yes.
Right, so
Yeah,
we have
it adds to
29
that,
plus 8 million, right, that we're carrying over.
Although that will actually be reduced by approximately 1.6 million, because that's the 27th pay period that actually won't come back around for another 11 years.
So about 6.5, right?
Yeah.
And so
$6.5
that's
million.
about $35 million deficit that we would be, no?
Yeah, no, so it's included in the 29.
Oh, it's included.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
included
thank you.
already, yeah.
Okay, I didn't know it was included.
no,
That's
no,
what
it's
I want to get
included, yeah.
clarity. Thank you both for that clarity. Okay. So what are our plans around really looking at how we can adjust overtime in the next fiscal year? We inappropriately budget overtime, and we have for many years. And what we realize over the last 5 years or 3 years in particular is that we're spending $10 million in overtime, and we make this adjustment that's inappropriate from an accounting perspective. And the fact of the matter is we spend 10 million and we budget only 5 million. By the time we get to half of our fiscal year, we've already exceeded our budget because we've captured that in an adjustment as it relates to salary savings. So what are we proposing around, as we move forward, around this $10 million cost that we have in overtime?
Right, so as mentioned before, the fire department received a SAFER grant, and that funds 6 additional firefighters. The way that their schedule works, it's the built-in overtime.
Yes.
And so with that grant, it actually anticipates sort of overstaffing by 6 firefighters. And so with that staffing, even though there's a cost to the city for a match, it's estimated that they could potentially reduce overtime shifts by about 1,400 with that additional staffing. With that reduction, there's a formula for costing out what each of those shifts actually means in terms of dollars. And so that's an approximately $2.4 million savings in overtime right there. So even though there's a $500,000 cost to the city, if you realize a $2.5 million savings, the net is a $2 million savings right there for year one. It's a 3-year grant. So in year 2, the match is about $600,000+, and so that savings will go down to about 1.9. And then for the 3rd year, I believe there's a cost escalation, and it goes to about 1.6 million. So we realized about a 1.2, $1.3 million savings in the 3rd year. So overall, staffing up, at least for fire, will actually net you a savings for the overtime.
So over a 3-year period, when we look at overtime just from the fire department, we have, almost $3.5 million in savings in overtime over a 3-year period.
Yes.
Okay. So I did request that the SAFER grant come back for a deeper dive. We approved it, and I admitted that day I accidentally or was not paying attention or did not, I don't know what it was. I just failed to pull it off consent calendar because I understood that when we got to the 3rd year, it was a significant cost. And I think when we talk about the budget, this is a real important component to bring back for discussion along with other grants. And, we agreed as a council to do that. So as we continue this budget discussion, again, holistically, what are all the pieces to the budget? Because I am not willing to approve a mid-year budget without really having an understanding of the ongoing implications to the next fiscal year. And so with that said, I appreciate that explanation. But again, not just for the fire department, what does it look like for our police department and other departments that have overtime, and how are we going to reduce that? What are the controls around overtime for department heads and how they're allocating overtime, approving overtime, and really an overtime report coming to the council at least quarterly to really look at that budget item? And I'm not expecting an answer from you. I want to put it back on the record again. And so then, what specific corrective actions have been implemented to address the imbalance between ongoing revenues and expenditures over the past year? What have we done over the past year before ever getting to where we are today?
That I am not aware of.
So to the city manager then.
Sure. So we can go back to the slide that shows the mid-year budget. So the city council adopted a budget that used the use of fund balance. And so we're trending, I think we're trending at about the same rate that as the adopted budget. If we can pull up the slide that shows, oh, sorry, that one would be fine, right. We can have, sorry, bring up the one that has the expenditures as well. Oh. Yes, thank you. So the original, sorry, this is the revised, the slide doesn't show the original budget, but when the budget was adopted in June of last year, it had a use of fund balance. And so we're trending, you can see on this, we're trending about the same for our revenues. It's changed just a little bit. And we're trending about the same for our expenditures as we were at the beginning of the fiscal year. So we haven't made any adjustments because we're more or less trending the same way that as the adopted and revised budget. One thing that has changed that Assistant City Manager Conley mentioned is we had a larger beginning fund balance than we expected. That was a result of the auditing that happens at the year-end close. So we haven't made any expenditure reduction, we haven't taken any expenditure reduction steps this current fiscal year because we're on trend essentially to adhere to the adopted budget.
Okay, so the reality is, while we haven't taken any because the budget that we agreed to as a council, we did a lot of one-time fixes with the agreement that there would be some real work done around the budget so that when we got to this point, no doubt we would have a delta, a gap in the budget, but I don't think we would have had a $29 million gap in our budget had we done some work along the way. And the goal was to get us through this year so that under your leadership and your direction, that work could occur. And I want to be very clear about that, because had you looked at the projected 3-year our financial position, we already knew that we were going to experience a deficit. And had we thought about what was happening at our federal level and the promises made prior to our new president coming in, we knew we were going to have a rocky time. And yet, here we are, even though we're trending on those one-time projected allowances that this council had made purposely to get us through and to help us with some long-term planning. So with that said, I'd like to also know, with our projected deficit of 29 million, and if we continue on and we take no real corrective actions that are structural, how quickly would our reserves decline below policy thresholds? Have we been able to project that out yet?
So What Assistant City Manager Conley just presented was a plan for a structurally balanced budget for next fiscal year, which means that we're making expenditure reductions or using one-time resources for one-time costs so that we have a structurally balanced budget next year. So with the exception of the couple lines that were the use of general fund balance, none of the rest of that impacts the general fund reserve. And the items that we're noting as possibilities for the use of fund balance are the 27th pay period. I will mention that that figure of $1.6 million nets out what should be our annual contribution towards starting to save for that. And so we're setting aside money, 1/11 of the amount that we'll need 11 years from now. So we would just be, if that budget were adopted, and there are still options that are being costed out, we would end next fiscal year with a general fund balance that is 1.6 plus $1 million shorter, which is right around the threshold of the GFOA standard of 2 months of operating expenses.
Okay. And so the reality is that even the budget that's being presented, it's not structural. Because when you use one-time fixes, it's not structural. And I stand on that. And we are no different than any other municipality that is having to deal with working towards making their budget structural. And so I just want to bring that forward. When you use one-time fixes, that is not solving the ongoing issue that you're going to have to address. And if we look at our projection coming next fiscal year and 3 to 5 years out, what does it really look like? That's really important to consider and to think about, because we should be looking at 3 to 5 years. And in the condition that we are in a city, we really need to know what is that our 5-year projected analysis around our finances. And we should have a tool that allows us to continuously look at that projection and watch it over time and make the necessary adjustments with all of our funds. And, you know, which I think this is really important, and I appreciated ACM Conley when you talked about we trued up at the end of the year. But what I'd like to suggest is, why are we waiting till the end of the year to do true up on our contracts? Because what I will say in joining this council, there were many indications that we were having problems with our contracts. They weren't booked in properly. We just had different requests that came before this council. And there was a promise to really set up a system, be able to know where your contracts are, book them in properly, so forth and on. And I've yet to have that presented to this council in a way that is understandable, that is digestible, not just for ourselves, but in a transparent manner, and that brings forth accountability around our contracted dollars for our city at large, for the community. So that's really important as well. And then when I think about long-term financial planning, again, I just talked about that, is I would like to know 3 to 5 years out that we're doing that forecasting. We are doing quarterly fiscal monitoring on our finances and the long-term range financial planning that I know we've had presentation, and that work is ongoing. So, again, I thank you for giving me a true number that we have a $29 million deficit, not 20 million, but a $29 million deficit. And I think that is very important for our community to understand and to know. And we need to have a comprehensive strategy that gets us to a true structural budget. And we've given 1 year plus to begin that process, and we are behind. And it is really important based on the fact of where we are as a country fiscally, how those dollars filter down from the federal to the state to the county and our local dollars. So again, Thank you for your work. And I just wanted to daylight some of these issues. And I have no further questions.
All right, so I'm not seeing other lights from council, so I don't have a lot to add. I think, I would agree with my colleagues that looking at the next year's budget, I'm wary of one-time fixes, and, said at the last meeting that one of the frustrations that I think is sort of felt across this dais is that when we were here almost a year ago with the current year's budget, we did deploy a lot of one-term fixes. And so, like freezing positions and things that weren't sustainable, with the idea that the work would really get done in the interim. With that said, I want to truly appreciate the work that's been done, because uncovering and shoring up all of this is it needed to happen. It's been years in the making. Many of the issues structurally predated all of us up here, and so now we are tasked with solving it. We are tasked with moving forward, and this is going to be the work before us in the coming months, and we're going to be doing it with not always full information, but we're going to be one team trying to get through it together, just like every other city is dealing with it. And not just cities, but our school district just went through layoffs. My community college district is dealing with a flat funding. This is just an issue in the public sector right now due to conditions out of our control. So the fact that Vallejo wasn't dealing with it for many years makes it feel more extreme and acute for us right now, but it is no different than what everyone else has had to go through. I think the big thing for me is just that organizational structure, working on making sure that this council can be as productive as possible in setting priorities, so that we structure the organization in a way that can achieve those priorities, and that we staff the organization so that we can do more with less, or at least minimize the hit if we have to deal with less. And I look forward to that in the coming months. I don't think we're gonna have all those answers tonight. Anytime there's one-time funds, here and there, I don't mind it. Like a little bit of salary savings is normal, but yeah, some of the volume, obviously, we're gonna have to work through. The mid-year, I'm more comfortable with this than the last round. I still feel like we are in a position where it is irresponsible for us to unfreeze ongoing positions, not knowing what we're going to do with them, how we're going to fund them in the next fiscal year. And at the same time, I recognize that there are departments that are really hurting because of those frozen positions that were done arbitrarily. I'm not going to repeat what I said at the last meeting. What I definitely want to accomplish this evening is I want to make sure that we fund the PD program manager for reforms. That's really important work. We've talked about it on the ad hoc reform subcommittee, with great support of it. It's been in the hopper for a while, and it will be a cost savings to the city, as I said last time, because we are paying a consultant right now who is more expensive than that position. So I want to get going on that position. And, the finance and HR, I can see why those would be urgent. I guess the other question I have is the services and sort of supplies section getting split up into discretionary, non-discretionary. Can you re-clarify the stuff that's been deemed non-discretionary are basically things we don't really have a choice, but they've either already been spent, or can you characterize that, or is it that they've all already been spent or allocated, or we legally just cannot get out of those, so we have to approve those?
Yes.
So how, I guess for the future, how do we avoid coming into the mid-year budget with a bunch of expenditures saying, oh, this stuff already got spent, or this stuff already got allocated, and we're gonna run up the deficit? Like, we're only increasing the deficit by $522,000, which is better than the alternative, better than what we started with, but a lot of this stuff has already been spent. So, how did we get here? And how do we make sure that that doesn't happen again when we come back for a future mid-year budget, that we're not going, hey, we have to do this thing that's going to increase the deficit because we already spent all this money and we don't really have a choice? Hopefully that question makes sense.
Yes. So I would say, some of this is just estimates might have been off. It could have been that there was direction given to consultants that we already had contracts with to do additional services And that was the sort of more expeditious route rather than trying to go back out for an RFP. And so sometimes contracts were added on to, right, existing contracts. And so there might have been just an additional cost associated with that. So they're more like contract amendments. So we've essentially approved services or received services, and we anticipate having to pay for those. Some of these, like, budgeting for POAC. POAC just came online, right? So that's just kind of one of those things where they went through line by line trying to identify what they actually needed to fund, and that's technically sort of a non-discretionary thing. LAFCO is based on, our revenues. So some of these things are just, our financial audit fees, those are normal. That's our single audit that we do. And so some of these are just cost increases that happen. And, for the collection fee, again, that's just, we have a consultant that helps us with revenue collection. There are things that when we meet and we go over numbers and we ask them to potentially augment their services or to do something extra. So, we try to really pare that down and actually ask folks, like, what are actually things that we are really legally sort of obligated to actually pay for because we've already received the service or somehow we've done a contract to increase these services. And so, that's sort of normal that happens in the budget. Sorry.
If I could add also, I mean, we have some new sets of eyes looking at the budgets and identifying and surfacing some things that are anomalies, and so like with the overtime. So I think over time the budget is becoming more precise, and so we should have fewer mid-year deviations in the future. We're getting a better understanding, I think, of our cost drivers.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. And I understand some things, water usage. There's just some things that you try to predict and they go awry. I wanted to raise that though because this is 1.5 million, closer to 1.6 million.
And hopefully things
in non-discretionary.
Hopefully things like recruitment services won't be so high. We have an abnormally number of director vacancies that we're hoping to fill. So hopefully that will go away and vacancies can just be handled in-house.
Yeah, and I would trust that, again, some of this is just unearthing things, but I would imagine that, for example, the ones that are a lot higher, like the towing, the security, obviously the overtime, that those types of things, if we have water usage, if we're consistently going over, then we would then put that in the baseline for next year.
Correct.
We would raise that up in the baseline.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I have for now. I can't see you, Vice Mayor, but I've been told you have your hand raised. There you are. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Just from a best practices standards, when you're presenting these reports, you've got some charts that are referenced in the millions and some that are referenced in the hundreds of thousands, and I think it helps kind of connect the dots of having to avoid having to move those decimal points one way or another if they're all consistently in the same cost factor, whether it's going to be millions of that chart, make it millions for the other ones, even though it's in the hundreds of thousands. So I think that helps from an overall understanding because these spreadsheets and these Excel spreadsheets are very mundane and dry. And if they're inconsistent with what the reference numbers are, whether it's millions or hundreds of thousands, it's sometimes difficult to connect the dots sometimes. So that's just a general comment there. But from a, I think, and kind of to emphasize what we've already talked about, is identifying. I think we need to do a better job of identifying what are the cost savings and what are the economic improvements that we're able to make. And I think what we're identifying, there's more of a human factor that we're identifying here of we're not catching these human these errors or these omissions or some of these corrective actions until a individual identifies them. And the fact that we've had all these unfilled positions, using the finance director as an example, key positions like that where those individuals would be catching stuff like this, I think this is where we've been playing behind the eight ball for quite a bit of time. right now, and the fact that um, we have the interim Mr. Paul in there right now, and he's building up a game plan for that. But once again, this goes back to the conversations that we had at the at the last meeting. We at one point we froze positions a year ago, but then now we're realizing if we had those filled and we utilize those, that would have been an economic driver in some cases. So I want to get out of the practice of reactionary and be more proactive in identifying and being what is that? What's the word I'm looking for? Um, um, Being more forceful of identifying why we're making certain actions as making certain moves. Because if we need individuals to help improve our economic driver, then let's get those filled as opposed to saying, oh, we don't have the money to do it. But if we realize they're going to be bringing in money and giving us a positive financial impact, then let's identify that and move forward with that. And the frozen positions and realizing they shouldn't have been frozen. I think that's one example of that. And then I know we're nickel and diming at this point, but we need to identify those current economic drivers that we have. For example, code enforcement. Most people don't realize that um, there's a money gain if we are actually enforcing a lot of the code violations out there. That there is money coming in. Once again, we're just nickel diming at the point. But the fact that we're in the deficit that we're in, we're at the point we need to identify every little dime and nickel and dollar that we can get in every case. Obviously, um, there's a lag in getting that type of money in there. But still, that's actually money coming in. And once again, from a business driver standpoint, the planning commission and getting a lot of these permits and businesses in there, that's another thing that we should be looking at to identify where we can get a lot of more financial income in there. But once again, I'm just kind of just emphasizing what we're kind of generally talking about. But I think we need to realize the human factor in there of that we're using human bodies or positions numbers to say that we need a cost savings here. But if we had some of those filled, some of those would be an economic driver and bringing in income. So that's what I want to share. And thank you for allowing me to share.
Thanks. All right, Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you guys for your ongoing work on bringing clarity to our very interesting budget. Find out new information. We go down new rabbit holes every other meeting. Very fascinating stuff. So I'm gonna make what I believe to be contradictory statements for you guys to think about for the next time we talk about this. So beginning with the budget presentation that you guys put forward, I don't trust that service and supplies line. And what I mean by that is, and this predates all of y'all's time, so don't take it personal. Every single year, there's been like a cut back to that line, and then at mid-year, we get a report out saying, actually, and by the way, the number is actually much higher than what we proposed. So that, I don't want to see that because it's a tactic used every single year, and it's never a saving, as long as I've been living in this city. So you guys got to figure out what reduction you got to get from that. Number two, I'm going to make probably the only controversial statement of the evening. So the special events program and PB, I want to merge those two. I want you to look into that. And part of the reason why I'm elevating that is because you have a situation now where every year PB is used as a budget balancing mechanism. You've had declining interest from community in wanting to participate in that program, which I will tell you as a public administration student and nerd and every adjective. That was one of the highlights of what Vallejo was known for. It was a model program that encouraged active participation from our community. We've now created this separate program for special events, and a lot of the nonprofits kind of go through that, and they don't really go out and build support for their idea or their initiative. And so we have these two programs, and you have a situation now where you've got folks kind of feeling both dissatisfied from what each program is trying to accomplish. And so just will want for you guys to explore the merging of that and realizing if we can, seeing if we can realize some efficiencies and also bring down the total funding to those two programs and really recenter it around PB to get community activated in the way that it was back in the day, but hasn't been for a whole host of reasons. It's just my opinion. You guys disagree with me on that, that's okay. And then moving right along, I said I was going to make some contradictory statements this evening. So I'm just going to follow up on what the vice mayor just said. So I think part of the issue that we've had over the years has been like a management issue in that we say we want public safety or we want economic development, but then we don't really put resources behind economic development. So we talk a good game, but then we don't put the resourcing and we don't prioritize it internally. So I'm gonna give one example. And again, this is not personal. I just want you guys to start focusing on what we need to be focusing on. So I think it was last meeting, I may have made like a passing comment. You know, we spend all this time planning. So the current structure of our economic development department is, you know, it's got like 3 program managers, even though there's like frozen positions. And a lot of the staffing is either dedicated to like long-range planning or like Mare Island. But what we should be staffing that department for is small business development and retention. So I actually want 3 FTEs focused on small business development, because what I hear from businesses time and time again is I try to open up and it took me a million years to get all the things lined up for me to be able to open my business. So if we could get that business offline in February, they're having to wait or deal with like 19 different folks within our agency and then they all end up opening up in November. That's lost revenue, that's frustration. We're already starting off the wrong foot. So I wanna see, and this is something you've brought up multiple times in the past year, I want at least 2 FTEs to complement the work that Ms. Taylor has been doing for decades now, to really be proactively visiting businesses, really helping solve issues, really helping get those businesses off the ground. Right now, that department is structured to take us to the moon, and I need us to take us to Columbus Parkway. It's very simple. Columbus Parkway. I just need us to really focus on, you know, so kind of like, I always bring Marvel analogies. Neighborhood Spider-Man, you know, like, how do we create more jobs locally? How do we make sure people get their permits? So I want at least 2 more FTEs focused on business development in that department. Similarly, you kind of alluded to this earlier in the presentation, ACM Conley, but there's a lot of conversation around artificial intelligence and really using those tools to better serve government. We have experts in our city who do this for a living and, you know, could probably offer up an hour or 2 hours of their time. What position do we have within IT to really focus on integrating that technology for better service delivery for our residents? We don't really spend time on that. We kind of spend time reacting. It's like, I ask for something, you guys react to it. Somebody complains about something, we react to it. But like, somebody just focused on really rejiggering all of our systems so that we're improving our customer service, which is what we're here for. So 2 FTEs for ED, 1 FTE on IT focus on AI, and for service delivery purposes. And lastly, a crime analyst position, which I've been calling for since I was sworn in. Why is that important? You look at trends, you can then deploy staff, as opposed to like just reacting to council comments or phone calls from community. If you look at the data, you'll see where the crime is, you can deploy public safety personnel. So we're not really being smart, we're just being like reactive to problems that are happening on the ground, and that requires someone to be focused on our data. So I say that to say, I don't really know, and that's why I've been making a lot of comments about right-sizing our agency, because I think everyone right away is like, oh, yeah, we're asking for reductions, and we're also asking for a reprioritization of the things that are going to actually raise revenue for the city. Right now, we've been focused on a keep the lights on budget, and we're not really thinking about the things that we need to be thinking about. So I don't know where you guys are going to find the money, and I also don't know if I'm going to get support from council, but that's what you guys need to be focused on. How do we get those businesses off the ground? How do we make sure our public safety is working smarter, not harder? And then how are we deploying new technology into the agency, period. If we focus on those three things, everything else will sort itself out. But as long as we keep trying to get them rockets to the moon, we're not going to get to Columbus Parkway. So that's all I got. I'm not voting in the affirmative until those things are addressed. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so very much for this report. I truly appreciate it. I believe you truly heard us when we asked you to go back and find all of the money, and which I know that has been a lot of work. So thank you to CM and ACM and of course our funding department. I like to take what my colleague said prior to. I would like for you to do a Wonder Woman to some FTs in District 6. We have a lot of small businesses that need support, and we need to build up that whole area, because there's business there that are not being held accountable and just sitting there. I mean, I can go on and on about what Sonoma Boulevard looked like. And I saw some old pictures of what it used to look like. It was thriving businesses all down Sonoma Boulevard, but from Cartola all the way to the Carquinez Bridge in particularly. And now it's just sitting there, and nobody is holding them accountable. From the Cartola to Sonoma Boulevard, from Sonoma Boulevard to the waterfront. And when I say waterfront, I'm talking about South Vallejo waterfront. And I just could not believe those old photos. You know, just beautiful and thriving. And as you know, not only does it have an on-ramp, but an off-ramp. And now we have a college there that they can't benefit, you know, which is, well, we always had a college, but now we've introduced another college to it, which, you know, is Cal Poly. And I would really like to build it up a college city, and everyone's involved wants to do the same. And I feel like if there's no money here, let's go find it. You know, let's look for it. So that is my ask. And then we have a lot of business on Springs Road that needs some support, right? And then, you know, not only do they need support, but they need some type of infrastructure support. They want new facing, more modern, and that is getting difficult for them. So if we could find some grant money or PB money, that would be wonderful, because right now, not only the street is terrible, but it is really lacking visual. And I know that bus 3, when we do our new wraparound now, which will be the first time they've ever done, thanks to Soul Trans, I don't want that to be in vain, because, you know, Walgreens used to be there. And when we put that plan in, it was so people can go get their medications and whatnot. Now it's nothing there for them. So I would like for that to be taken consideration. But I just want to collaborate with my colleagues that you did awesome work, and you should be very proud of yourself. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go back over to Councilmember Letajou, and then I'll see if we can move toward a motion.
So I just want to make a quick comment, and it's something that my colleague, the Vice Mayor, made a comment about. And I'm going to gently correct something. It is that the city manager and staff made proposals for mid-year budget as it relates to which positions to freeze. So it is my perspective, if you bring before me a recommendation and I accept that recommendation, you have vetted that recommendation with the staff through your department heads to determine these positions that we froze in this budget year were not essential positions and you could let them go. I do not run the operations. I am not sitting there working with department heads, understanding every position within their preview and what they need to do. So it is my expectations as the administrator, as department heads, when you bring forth your budget and your budget asks, your budget cuts, that you're able to defend it with your city manager before it comes here. And this, again, is why it's very important that department heads bring their budget and defend their budget before council. This is another really important factor about why department heads bring their budget before councils and have discussions around positions, because it also gives the opportunity for a department head and the council to better understand what is needed from the vantage point of those who are on the ground day to day with their staff.
If I may, with all due respect, that's not my recollection of the budget process. I don't think that city staff brought forward proposals to freeze. I don't think city staff initiated the idea of freezing vacant positions as part of this year's budget development process, but I might be incorrect. And I agree that anything we bring forward needs to be fully vetted, and we need to be ready to defend it. And there should not be an about face under normal circumstances as part of the mid-year process.
Okay. And thank you. And what I will say to you with all due respect is, yes, we said we wanted to freeze positions, and I sat here on the dais and took all the vacant positions, how long they had been vacant, and I ran down that whole, I think it was about 10, 15 pages. I ran down that whole document, and I said, I told you what positions were vacant, how long they had been vacant, why are they still vacant, and what can we release, meaning what can we do without, because these positions have been vacant 24, 36 months, so forth and on, that I proposed and said, they've been vacant this long, so what are you doing with them? I have not forgotten this whole budget exercise, because again, when I agreed as a one-vote council member that we would do these different one-time fixes and so forth and on, I had an intimate knowledge of the data that was presented to me, and I shared my intimate knowledge. And sometimes it was very quick analysis because we had gotten it at whatever that hour was for varying reasons. So again, we are in agreement that when you bring something to us, it should be vetted. And again, I would say going forward, How does the department bring forth their budget and talk about it and defend their budget? It is very important.
All right, I don't think I have anything to add. I remain kind of with the position I mentioned earlier. I'm certainly not comfortable giving, I'm certainly not comfortable giving direction for any added positions or priorities, because I think we have to do, I think, like, to the vice mayor's point, we've got to make informed decisions. And so we've said we want to prioritize economic development. We have our interim director who's going to be presenting a staffing plan, a plan for needs. If we do that and do goal setting and put that all into the organizational structure, I think that's a great plan. I'm really just, I think the ad hoc decision-making process has not served us well. I think for now, what we want to do is figure out what we're going to do with this mid-year budget. So I saw the vice mayor. Go ahead if you're still there. We'll take your comment, and then we'll see if we have a motion.
Yes, my apologies for not making these comments last time. I didn't flip over my page to check my notes. But there were some comments about grants, and I do agree that grants are, quote unquote, easy to write. The challenging part with grants is it's the administrative part that we need to be able to do and to maintain in order to get those grants. Because the grants are not paid up front with all the monies, and especially if it's a 1, 6 month, 9 month, 12 month, or 3 year grant, you need an individual to make sure it's administering whenever the deadlines are to submit the justification for getting the monies when they get paid out. So for the most part, as much as we look at grants as a potential income, we need the staffing to be able to maintain those grants and actually administer to those grants. And then to the point of to the great strides and positive strides that we've made in public safety. And we still have a lot more to do for public safety. But when we're going through this exercise of quote unquote budget cutting and tightening the belt, I want to make sure that if we make decisions to public safety, that we're not undoing a lot of the positive gains that we've made over the year. And so that kind of speaks to the recruitment and retention portion of some of the conversations here. And DC Knight spoke to this earlier, that he started out as a cadet. And I think we need to, and I've had conversations with Aaron Kluber and with John Alberti with the fire department, talking about how when you invest into your youth with youth programs, when they come on board, they're vested in what they're committed to, and they tend to stay longer when they get vetted that early and when they get brought on board that early. So I want to make sure that we're looking closer at recruiting at the high school level and at the junior college level and at the trades level to make sure we're recruiting local kids and people that are from the community, because those are the individuals that when they're vested in what they're doing within their own hometown, they tend to stay around a lot longer. So those are the comments that I accidentally omitted the first time when I spoke. So thank you for that.
All right. I'm not seeing any other comments. Do we have any motions? Go ahead.
I move that
Councilmember
we've
Ganser.
received the presentation of options and provided feedback to address the forecasted fiscal year 2026-2027 general fund budget shortfall and provide notice of intent to amend the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget, step 1 of 2.
All right, so we've got a motion to approve as is. And we've got to do a roll call vote. Go ahead.
Councilmember Brigenzer.
No.
Councilmember Gordon. Was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Ledigy. Councilmember Matias.
No.
Councilmember Palmaris.
No.
Mayor Source.
No.
And Vice Mayor Matulik.
No.
The motion fails with one yes. That would be Councilmember Gordon.
All right, suggestions for next steps. Anyone have any alternatives? All right, I'm not seeing anyone. I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm going to make a motion that we prioritize funding the police reform position, because I think the longer that this waits, the more it's going to cost us and our consultant, and the harder it's going to be for the department to get that staffing. So I would like to make a motion that we go ahead and authorize and fund that specific position. Go ahead. Is that a friendly amendment?
No, I just want you to put something on the record. So can you explain why that position is necessary?
Yes.
Just for the record. Thank
So on behalf of the Reform Ad Hoc Subcommittee and just in general, this position is a program manager position, a civilian position that will oversee our police reform efforts that are legally bound by our settlement agreement with the California Department of Justice. That work is currently being done by a consultant, Danny Murphy, who is great but very expensive, and we cannot afford him long-term. We really need to create a full-time position. This came at the request of the police department with the full support of our subcommittee, and is something that will be, first of all, less costly than the consultant, but also we have to accelerate the reforms. So one of the things that has come out in the year one reform, I'm losing my mind this late at night, the report from the evaluator is that although progress has been made, we are very far behind schedule. And if we do not accelerate the pace of reform, we are going to be in this settlement agreement for a very, very, very long time. Definitely longer than 5 years, but a very long time. So this position is an investment that will bear dividends going forward, allows us to accelerate the speed of reforms, hopefully get through the reforms in a more timely manner, more consistent with the timeline of the reform agreement, and it will be cheaper than the current consultant that we're using. Councilmember Ledeshu.
So what's the annual cost savings once we are no longer using this costly consultant versus having a program manager in-house for the police
Does anyone know that off the top of your head, city manager or anyone from PD, off the top of your heads? I know it's less, and I know they told us it was less, but I don't know that we have the number.
I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. I'll withdraw my motion and remake it after we get this question answered, just to, yeah.
Go ahead, Stephanie.
Hmm?
I think Stephanie had the answer for you.
Okay. Do we have the cost savings of the reform position?
Please unmute yourself, Stephanie.
Sorry, I think we set it to the same salary as the administrative manager.
Right, but do we know how much less it would be than if we maintained our current consultant full-time?
I don't think we do because we don't use our consultant on a full-time basis. And so we don't have I don't know off the top of my head what the comparison is.
Okay. Well, with that, we will not have that information, but I will restate the motion. I would like us to fund and move forward with the program manager for PD for reform and provide notice to amend the budget to fund that position. Councilmember Gordon, do you have a clarifying question or amendment?
Yeah, I just have a concern, although we definitely need it because I sit on the ad hoc, but I feel like the other departments will feel like we're sliding them because they too shared that they need emergency employment as well to do the request of the work that we've asked of, particularly ED and so forth and on. So I just don't feel it'd be right to approve something and not be considered to the other departments in doing so. That's just my thought. Thank you.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and vote on it and we'll go from there. So let's do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Gordon.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Councilmember Ledeshu. Councilmember Matias.
No.
Councilmember Palmares.
Yes.
Mayor Source.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Yes.
And Councilmember Brigenzer.
Yes.
Motion carries with Councilmember Matias opposed.
All right, so far we are amending the budget with just that position authorized. Do we have any other motions? And what is our next step then? All right, well, I mean, we can close the item. Let's close the item. All right, so it is 10:36 PM. We have 4 more action items. What's that? Do you want to go ahead? Councilmember Ledgy, do you want to state that?
So just really quick, while the mayor is closing out this budget item, I want to remind the city manager, we have given clear direction around the budget, and we are looking for those changes that are structural.
All right, so I am seeing 10:37 PM. I'm going to make I'm going to have to make some exceptions to the rules that I set for us, or we're just not going to be able to make it through these next couple months. But I am going to go ahead and suggest that we continue item E, the housing element progress report, to the 24th, because there's really just no way we're going to get to that tonight, and I really don't want to keep our staff hanging. I don't know how folks feel about that, or we may have to continue other items. Yeah, we're probably going to have to continue other items as well, but it's all the same finance team. What I'm worried about is our planning department that's here for the housing element, and I want to be able to release them from the evening. Is that, city manager, are there any consequences for us if we do that?
This item needs to be heard by the city council before the end of this month. There'll be 2 other council meetings before the end of the month.
We'll have the 24th, okay. All right, if there are no objections, I'll just make an executive decision to do that. We'll go ahead and release the staff, and then when we get to that point, we'll continue that and any other items we need to continue. With that, let's call item 9B. Do we need a quick recess? Anybody need a bio break, or? Let's just take, okay. Let's take a couple minutes, just a quick recess. All right, everyone. Let's come back together. So we've looked at our action calendar. We've already decided that we're going to be continuing E. We are clearly not going to be able to get through all of our items. And the proposal on the table, we have consultants and guests here for C and D, so we're going to prioritize those. And Councilmember Genzer, do you have any additional proposal?
No, I move that we only hear items C and D tonight and continue items B and E to a future council meeting.
I'm supportive of that. Do we need to vote on that? So we're going to move, we would continue B and E, and then here's C and D right now.
A vote would be good, yes.
All right. We need to do a roll call vote because we got the vice mayor online. So we're going to take a vote, just a quick roll call vote. We're going to continue items B and E.
Okay, you ready for the roll call vote? All right. Councilmember Leterju. Matias.
Yes.
Palmares.
Yes.
Mayor Source.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Aye.
Councilmember Genzer.
Yes.
Councilmember Gordon.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We're doing our best. So we are going to continue items B and E, and that is going to move us. I am going to take these items out of order, I think. You want to do D first? I'm going to defer to our finance staff. D and C, of which order we would like to take them. We'll do the ACFR first. We will start with item 9C, so I will ask our city clerk to announce this item.
You said 9C is in Charles, correct? Okay. Adopt a resolution to receive and file the annual comprehensive financial report and other annual reports for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025.
All right, thank you. We are going to open up public comment on this item. We've frozen on the screen, both in person and online, and I will turn it over to our finance team for the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council members, will make this very quick. So we have a consultant online from LSL, that's Stephen Warnick. He was the one who helped us complete the annual comprehensive financial report. Do you see him, Manny? Yes. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, can everyone hear me?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Great. And if it's okay, I can take it away. We have some slides, but if you don't have those readily available, that's just fine as well. But my name's Stephen Warnick, and I am a senior manager with LSL CPAs. I am working under the direction of Christian Towns and Brandon Young, the partners on the engagement. We have worked closely with Florida Cruz and her staff this year to complete the financial audit. We express appreciation to them. It's a great deal of work, and they have worked very diligently. They're very competent and professional in the way that they conduct themselves, and we're grateful for their assistance in completing the audit. In the interest of time, the audit that we perform is a financial audit and also a compliance audit. If you'd like to advance to the next slide, maybe a couple slides ahead. We perform the audit in two phases, an interim phase and a year-end phase. We perform testing kind of using a risk-based model to determine the areas of particular risk. And you can actually, if you want to go back a couple slides, I think. But the whole purpose of the audit is to develop an opinion, and that's on the next slide. And we are happy to report that this year's opinion on the financial statements is an unmodified opinion, which is, in layman's terms, that's the best opinion you can get. It's a clean opinion, and so we commend you for that. That is really the goal and the hope as an audit is performed. In addition to the opinion on the financial statements. We also perform a federal single audit, and we also issue a yellow book report over compliance. Our federal single audit is still in process. It's nearing completion, and we're hoping to have that done by the end of this month. The yellow book report on internal control and compliance also contains a clean opinion. There were no material weaknesses reported this year on the financial statements or material non-compliance in relation to the financial statements. And so again, very pleased to report that to you, and that is to be commended. Next slide, please. As we prepare the act for a rather lengthy document, and it contains an introductory section, a financial section, and a statistical section. We can continue to skip forward a handful of slides. Within the act, of course, it outlines the financial data for the city. These are just some highlights, but all contained within the management's discussion and analysis as well. And you can continue to move forward. Maybe one more. Just one more. In addition to our financial audit this year, we've also performed audits of Measure BV and Measure P. We discussed Measure P in another meeting, but just briefly would like to touch on the results for the engagement over Measure BV. We issued an unmodified compliance opinion over the Measure BV report, and as well, there were no internal control findings or compliance findings that were included in that. And we could go ahead and advance to the next slide. In addition, we are beginning to prepare and plan for the next year's audit. Our interim work will begin approximately in June of 26, so coming here in the spring and summer. And year-end field work is slotted for October, so the coming fall. And I think that is it for the presentation. And happy to entertain or respond to any questions at this time.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you staying up with us. And before we get to council questions or comments, do we have any public comment on this item? It doesn't seem like there's any in person and none online. I am not seeing questions or comments from council. Do we have a motion on the item?
Yes, I move that we adopt a resolution to receive and file the annual comprehensive financial report, ACFRA, and all their annual reports for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2025.
All right, let's do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Matias.
Yes.
Paul Maris.
Aye.
Mayor Soers.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Aye.
Councilmember Bergenzer.
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Lettitude. Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we are going to move on to item 9D, and I will ask the city clerk to announce that item.
Adopt a resolution approving a master services agreement with OpenGov Incorporated for budget software services for an amount not to exceed $444,392.77 and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
All right, and we will go ahead and open up public comment on this item in person and online. And we've got a guest with us as well as our finance team. I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Hi, Mayor and Council. It's my first presentation. So I'm here to present the budget software. As you know, we presented it during the fiscal year to obtain a new software for our budget. We did an RFP in 2025, and now we have selected OpenGov as our primary budget software solution. Next to me on my right is Phil Fisher. He is with OpenGov. We did present a slide, so next slide. Again, is this a clicker? Okay. So we're going to go through 7 phases. The first phase is why we are doing this change, about OpenGov, what is OpenGov going to deliver to us, their employee experience, the training support, implementation, and the cost of this service. Next slide. So I will pass this on to Phil, and he can give you more detail of the reason of why we are choosing the OpenGov.
Thank you, Rochelle, and thank you, council members and Mayor Source. Absolute pleasure to be here. So we started talking a little over a year ago about how we can modernize the budget, and I've heard quite a few things tonight that tell me that this is good, very well timed. Currently, your current process has fragmented spreadsheet budgets. There's no automation, very slow manual reporting cycles. I think I've heard reporting 3 or 4 different times from just one person tonight. Limited forecasting availability and capability, and then of course a lack of transparency. So this is why change needed to happen right away. And we can move to the next slide. OpenGov, we are based in the Bay Area. We're headquartered just about a block away from Oracle Park. We represent actually now over 2,000 governments throughout the United States. We have been in business for a little over 14 years, and our entire reason we exist is to power more effective and accountable government. And that's exactly what we do across all of California right now. Quite a few different partners just in the local area. We can move to the next slide. These are some of our different partners we have in the area, and quite a few who are also on the same core financial system as y'all. So quite a few people that you'll be able to lean on for advice, and plenty of people that know how we make them successful in the state of California. We can go to the next slide. What we're going to deliver. So this is a single end-to-end solution. How do we, as the Vice Mayor put it earlier, how do we move from being reactive to being proactive? So reporting, answers policy questions faster. Forecasting, how do we start, as a couple of the council members mentioned earlier, how do we start thinking about this 3, 4, 5, 6 years out? Transparency, how do we actually communicate to the residents, not just publishing a budget, but making it something that's, that somebody without a finance degree can read, and maybe even leveraging AI to allow them to ask questions and truly understand that budget. And then finally, controls, governance and auditability. We want to make sure that we're not coming up mid-year budget and something, as Councilman Matias mentioned earlier, like we're finding something new every single council meeting we have. That should not be the standard. The standard is absolute transparency and trust across, not just within this building, but within the entire constituency of Vallejo. We can go to that. So this is going to be for absolutely everybody. Obviously Rochelle in the finance office, they're going to be the ones spending most time. Each department user, we're simplifying the process of actually of allowing them to submit their budget requests and make sure that those narratives are already there so they're defending their budget. Then, of course, leadership and council, making sure that all of y'all know exactly what's happening, tracking performance, and then finally, being transparent with the public, making sure that we're interacting with the residents, whether it's the participatory budgeting or just letting them know how we're working, how things are progressing on our CIP projects. Training and support, I know this has been kind of a pain point in the past. Obviously, right out of the box, OpenGov University, everybody's going to be able to jump in on-demand training 24/7 whenever you want. We're also going to be delivering live trainings, and you'll get a dedicated customer success manager. I'll add one more thing. I manage your partnership as long as you're with OpenGov. So on top of your customer success manager, you have me dedicated to the city. Just consider me, employee number 430. Then we can go to the next slide. Implementation plan, it's usually about a 6-month plan. We'll be kicking off as early as, I'm trying to get us kicked off next week, starting with core budget integration, all of these pieces, getting into workforce, capital planning, getting that budget book out, and then go live and training. And then this will be the cost of services. One thing that I wanted to note here is this is based on when we were going to wrap everything up at the end of December. This is actually $30,000 more than what you all are actually paying. I wanted to make sure that you understood that you have a partner in OpenGov and that we are going to, we understand everything you're going through right now and we want to help. So we have decreased the total cost of ownership for y'all. We can go to the next slide. I try to anticipate some questions. Why now? Is this in the budget? How long is it going to take to implement? What happens if y'all need help afterwards? And how does this work with your core financial system? Happy to answer those. Obviously, I have the answers here as well, but I'm just excited to be in partnership with the city of Vallejo. I live 25 minutes away, and Rochelle talks to me every day, so. And one last piece is what does success look like? Better decisions, less manual risk, stronger public trust. At the end of the day, building the trust is the most important thing for us, for those who serve the public, and that's exactly why we exist.
So with that said, we are available for any questions. As he mentioned, implementation, our goal is to roll it out starting kickoff July 1st. Because right now we're in the mid-year and also the annual budget. So what we want to do is go parallel with it and make sure that everyone in every department has an SME to have focus on this, because we want to ensure that when we have a person in each department, they have the proper training, they know how to implement all of this so that in the end, we're all successful, right? And they can present their budget if need be. So this is why we're not rushing it, but at the same time, we have to get it by July. We want to get it by July 1st and roll it. So from now until, if it does get approved, from now until July 1st, our goal is to just get the back end working. But we have implemented several teams from every department to be part of this, to make this successful.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Why don't we check and see if we have any public comments on the item? None in person?
Through the mayor, we do have one speaker online who would like to speak.
Let's go ahead and call him.
Jessica Martinez, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi. So I've done project management and portfolio management for companies that generate $3 billion in revenue, and the portfolios I manage were anywhere from 8 million to about 20 to 30 million. We use MS Projects, which was, I think, $14,000 per year per seat, and leverage project managers and department heads to do budget resourcing, budget forecasting, and financial planning. Why is the number so high as a $400 per year cost when you can get similar projects and then train your staff to do it as part of their job descriptions? And then you should be reporting on this on a monthly and quarterly basis too. So I just want to understand the discrepancy in the pricing.
All right, thank you. Any other speakers? All right, I do see Councilmember Gordon. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. My only question is, how are you going to protect the security of all of these entities? Because I've had a lot of issues within my own networking now, and then we get these emails saying that they've been compromised. So I was just wondering, what kind of protection do you have? That's my only question. Thank you.
Yes, Councilwoman Gordon, happy to answer that. So we are SOC 2 compliant. We've gone through full information security, and we can show our penetration testing to again, make everyone feel comfortable on this. We have over 2,000 governments that trust us today, and to my knowledge, as long as I've been with the organization, we have not had any kind of a data breach. And part of that is almost all of our data is going to be public-facing data.
That includes AI?
Yes, our AI is just to be very clear, it is only within our system. It is not. It is a closed system. It is not connected to any of the larger models because we would not be protecting our partners if we attach the larger models.
You said exactly what I was hoping you would say. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, not seeing any other questions from council. I am seeing Councilmember Letajou. Go ahead. We'll let the Vice Mayor go ahead. I always miss the online hand.
Thank you for that, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. And I appreciate the presentation to the fact of not only it being a sales pitch the way it is, but the level of detail of explanation and kind of like the purpose and the intent behind it. But then following up with Ms. Martinez's question is have we done and this is a due diligence question, have we done a cost comparison to other type of platforms or programs out there? And have we identified what that the cost difference may be?
Yes, so when we went for the RFP, we sent it out, and we had a total of 5 other people come in and gave us their proposal and also gave us a presentation. And as a result, the ending result was for the robust platform that OpenGov was giving us made for the cost. So the cost between all 3 was around the same ballpark.
And so to Ms. Martinez's point that she was making, so she pointed out a significantly different cost measure of a what sounded like, and she didn't obviously give a presentation of the breakdown and how that compares to OpenGov. Do we have any understanding or information of what Ms. Martinez may be speaking to?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. So what the speaker was talking about was more project management software, not budget software. And then the scale was, between $8 and $30 million, and our budget's approximately $320 million. We also don't rely on our directors to do forecasting. So they should know their budget, right? They should know where their costs are. They should be able to make some assumptions about future costs based on their work plan. But the forecasting, the sort of financial forecasting, is something that we do in the finance department. And this budget software is actually compatible with what we currently have, which is Central Square. My understanding is that the city did a big move to this enterprise resource system a while ago. And so we're really trying to make, what we currently have work with this new budget software because, as you know, we're utilizing Excel spreadsheets and we absolutely need some more functionality there. And then you saw the suite of services that this software offers.
Thank you for that clarification, and that sheds more light to the understanding of once again, the due diligence and the cost comparison. And is there going back to the comment of the human factor, does this minimize the human factor element needed where this program and this software is going to take over from a more technology standpoint, as opposed to the human error factor that potentially that we've been running into the past few years?
So I think with any budget software, it should bring some efficiencies to the users. So my hope is that over time, the directors will have more, a greater understanding of their individual budgets and all components of their budgets, right? So they may be aware of something like services and supplies, but maybe not so much about the personnel costs and the staffing costs. And then some of those other residual costs, say, of extra help. And so with a transparent, and robust budget system, they can run ongoing reports. And so they should be able to run budget to actuals, they should be able to run quarterly reports, and so they should have more access to the data that council has spoken about. And so with that, more knowledge means, better decision-making and more informed decision-making. So, you know, as folks, we rely on our subject matter experts in every department to be able to bring us the information. So when we're asking them about what we're currently dealing with, about budget prep, you know, which positions are critical, which ones not so much, they should really be able to answer that with more specificity.
Thank you for that. And I think this once again brings talks about a lot of the focus elements of the budget that we are identifying are kind of some flaws here, is identifying the balance of the human element of internal of hiring key positions versus in this case the software program that can help support that, which speaks to the bigger picture of equipment in general, resources, facilities even, to the point of the reason we have to hire so many consultants is because we're lacking a lot of the key positions that have been filled for a long time at this point. So I think once again there's the downstream cost savings of eliminating a lot of the consultants, vendors that we're having to pay to fill the need or the information gap that we're having to fill with these vendors and consultants. So thank you for that clarification.
All right, Councilmember Lejeune.
So when we talk about the system, and I understand that it is cloud-based, but as it relates to really integrating with payroll and all of our other systems, how seamless is that going to be? And are we actually doing all this work from a testing perspective in a sandbox? Have we begun any of that kind of work? Are we just, how are we implementing so that we're continuing our work? We know that it's seamless as we're moving along, and there's this testing. I don't know if you started any of that work.
Councilwoman, happy to give you some more clarity. First and foremost, one of the first things, and I have to commend Rochelle and the team for the way that they went about the RFP. One of the major things they needed were other Central Square customers in Northern California that they could reach out to and reference. So we have a pre-built integration. Our first step in the implementation process is aligning your chart of accounts with the chart of accounts within OpenGov and making it so we can do a nightly pass of budget versus actuals. So we connect directly with your Central Square environment as it is. And I can tell you right now, I had another municipality that went live, Central Square Finance Enterprise. They went live about 14 weeks ago. And that was another partner that I brought on personally. As far as any testing, we've done all of the demonstrations. I've shown all of the framework of those integrations.
Can I stop you for a moment? So when we bring systems online, and while they may integrate, what I'm also looking for is how are we doing data validation of everything we're pulling over, making sure that everything has been pulled over so that we know that the system is reporting as intended based on our data. These are the kinds of things that I'm looking for.
Yes, that's correct. So and that's where the implementation team is coming for. So when we first brought this on, we ensured that we reached out to the key people, basically IT, finance, and our accounting team, and made sure that someone from each department was designated for this. So when they did the download, we were there to validate it, and if it wasn't, we talked to them, and it was a working team. So we made sure that we spoke to each department, even Public Works, because they had theirs was very large, so because they also have CIP. So we made, our goal was to validate, make sure that we involved every department that was part of it, to make sure that in the end, the validation was valid.
Yeah, I'm just looking at what's the process.
Yeah.
When we do system integration, there really has to be all that testing,
Correct.
right? The validation, and it takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. And so I'm just looking, I'm testing, I'm validating, have we done that? To be very frank, because we are in budget season. So, and I don't know that it's the best time, but it is happening. So I want to know, have we validated that data? What was the process to get us there, and making sure that we actually are doing that?
Michelle,
and our
I think
first
she's
goal
talking
is-
about running parallel systems,
Yes.
right?
Our first
Yeah.
goal is to do the 24, 25, because those are done. They're already finalized with the ACFR. So that's our first goal, is to validate 24, 25, that everything is coming in. And if that's good, then we run parallel when we start adding assumptions. What we do manually versus, I mean, it's going to take time, but we want to make sure it's right. So we do manually, and as well, we do the system of OpenGov.
Do we know how long we're going to run the parallel systems testing environment right before you do the full changeover? How,
yes.
How long is that time frame? Do you know? Is it 2 months, 3 months?
Yeah, it's
that we're gonna
about
run?
3 months, because we have to set up a parallel also with FE, because they have a testing environment. So then they'll pull things. So it's conjoined effort. So if we find something that we send over to OpenGov, and OpenGov's system is not, it's not coming back to us, then we have to talk to both sides, right? So I'm the project manager for that, to make sure that the two talk, everyone talks to each other.
At a high level, can you tell me about our service level agreement in terms of, when I talk about the SLA, what's our commitment to service?
No, that's a great question, and I know the SLA was included in our packages, and we have it published online. You are going to be getting, as we said, a customer success manager. You are going to have availability of support between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Additionally, you're going to be able to put in tickets 24/7, and tickets are answered on a risk basis. So our highest risk, biggest issue, those are usually answered within.
Are you talking about, when you talk about putting in a ticket, are these for all, when you talk about risk-based, are you talking about those tickets from a perspective of all your clients, or just Vallejo itself?
So all of our clients are able to put in tickets. That's the standard
I
ticketing
understand
system.
that, but what I'm asking is, when we talk about answering in the SLA, answering on a risk base, we are categorizing based on risk. Is that for your entire client base? And if mine is ticket 5 and 125 of all of these individuals that you're serving, or it's 200 whenever you get to it based on risk with all your clients, or is it just Vallejo? And all of its tickets are risk-based for just Vallejo in terms of when you're going to resolve those tickets?
Thank you for clarifying. It is just in terms of Vallejo.
Okay.
Every single municipality gets the same level of service,
Okay.
hence the SLA agreement. And you will, if it's a tier 1 issue, then you will get
Got
an
it.
answer the same speed as anybody else.
So generally, if it's a tier 1, are we talking about within 24 hours?
We're talking less than 24 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, if I'm, and yeah, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, but I believe it's within 12 hours for for a tier 1. Tier 2 is within 24 to 48, and then up to
You don't
a
have to
week.
go that deep.
No worries.
I'm just really trying to get a flavor for, I've done system integrations and I've worked with vendors, and I'm just getting a flavor for the SLA, how we're doing the integration, making sure that there's data validation, because there's a host of things that go with this. And we are in budget season, and that means staff resources to do this work along with everything else that we're doing, right? It's a big deal. It's a huge undertaking. And $500,000 is a lot of money, so I'm really curious about how this is going, what we're getting for it as we're paying for it, and making sure that, while yes, I realize you have SFMTA, and that's a huge organization in other cities, but I still want to understand what we're agreeing to from the perspective of all this work that's being requested of us. So as it relates to also the system, does the system help staff really look at structural issues in our in our budget, so that we're able to identify that early on as we're moving along the year, and having tri-level, 3 years out, being able to look at our financials from those perspectives, and not just making pretty graphs of data on an annual basis.
Absolutely. Anybody can make a pretty budget book, but what's important is the ability to look out up to 36 periods, so up to 36 years you can go with our current forecasting system. One of the other reasons that that Vallejo chose us is our AI forecasting that is coming later this year. Also, our Act for Builder that released the Q4 of last year. The goal is for there not to be any gotchas. So scenario planning, understanding if we're going after these CIP projects, what is that going to mean for the O&M 5 years from now?
Okay.
So, again, being proactive, not reactive.
Okay. And so what's the integration as it relates to like our department heads? And I know ACM Conley, you talked about our department heads being able to run reports and so forth and on. So is this system, the budget system, I'm assuming we're uploading our we upload our budget. You can see it also by department, and they should be able to manage their budget and understand their budget, right?
That's the goal, but that is also going to take some time, right? So it's going to take some education. It's going to take us working with them, going through the budgets, also explaining how the reporting works, and then what it actually means, right? Because you can click on the button, get a report, but if they don't actually know how to apply it to what they're looking at, then it's just numbers on a paper. So we will be engaging on ongoing, education with the department heads to really get them comfortable with doing that kind of look at their finances, which I don't know that many of them do currently.
But the reality is the functionality is there.
Yes.
That's needed for, and how does that look as it relates to even their contracts? Where is that going to sit? Is it going to be sitting holistically outside of the budget system? Where does it sit?
Well, they should be able to run budget to actuals, like for their particular department. So with that, they should also be able to get down to the contractual level. They should be able to see all the contracts, what's budgeted, what's encumbered, what's remaining, and they should be able to track it.
Okay. Where do we book in our contracts today?
What system do we currently use
Yeah.
for our contracts? What is the name of it?
Okay, don't worry.
Yeah, no, it's a system I'm not familiar with.
I'm just really trying to tie
We have multiple systems, and part of this is migrating that information over to one system, and we're doing something similar with HR too for NeoGov with regards to position control, how positions are funded, whether or not we have any offsets for grants. I mean, those things right now are kind of being done on spreadsheets, which is obviously not efficient. But when you're able to do position control and then potentially override that if you can do some cost allocation to grants, it just makes it more efficient.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, I have Councilmember Matias and then Bergenzer.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you go back to the slide on that outlines the cost each of the years? Okay. I don't recall us setting us. Let me reframe that question. How much did we set aside for this project in the budget?
440,000.
How much?
440,000 in total.
For 1 year? We allocated?
No, for the entire contract. So originally, we already had in the budget about 200,000, and in fiscal year 25-26, you guys approved another 200,000.
Okay.
For the budget software, but we already had set aside prior to that.
Okay. I'm going to come back to that in a second. My next question is, I know you guys, by you guys I mean the agency, had pursued some effort a few years ago to integrate Oracle. Am I off base? Did that not happen?
Not with us. Yeah. The last time I heard Oracle was in planning and development
Right,
services.
it was in the planning department.
Yeah.
So are they still using Oracle?
No.
Okay. All right. And then the other question I have is, I want to go back to that question from the caller again. So you said it was a scheduling tool, a project management tool. Can you just again summarize what are the differences between like a project and OpenGov and
Sure. So a project management tool generally tracks, stakeholders. It tracks timelines, tasks, and potentially deliverables. Whereas this software is budgets. It's budgets. It's forecasting. It's doing budget to actuals, and it's looking at encumbrances. It's more of a financial tool than a project management tool, although you can use the financial reports as a project management tool. But you're not going to be able to use OpenGov to track whether or not you met your timeline, whether or not your deliverable was, provided. But it can let you know if you're on budget, under budget, over budget, so you can make those kind of adjustments. I'm sure they have modules that you can add on. We were talking about potential modules around grant management. So most financial tools have pieces that you can add on over time. So I'm sure that they have a project management module that you could add on that probably links those things together. But what the caller was talking about was a project management tool, and then utilizing that and I think she was mentioning to have the project manager do some forecasting, which they can do, like with a project budget. They can sort of estimate, out for the timeline of a project, but it's not necessarily a financial reporting tool that you would use to say, like, do an audit or do the ACFR or create a budget.
And then is this sort of our base subscription that we signed up for here, or did we add some bells and whistles? Because the first year is like 60, and then it goes up to, and I'm assuming it's just because it's half a year, and then it goes up to like 100,000 a year. So did we add like more bells and whistles to this, or is this your boilerplate like subscription that we signed up for?
That's a great question. So the reason why the first payment is so small is because California municipalities prefer to align to the fiscal year. So you're only paying 3 months worth of your subscription for the first year, along with your initial implementation. And I did want to piggyback on something the assistant city manager said. The other reason why you're looking at a $14,000 project management tool versus a purpose-built government budgeting tool, several pieces here. One is if one of your collective bargaining agreements comes to you and says, I want a 1.3% increase over the next 5 years, a project management tool can't let you forecast that. They can't see that that's $2 million in additional money we're going to have to budget over the next 5 years. The other thing it doesn't provide you is your transparency. That's the big difference between any kind of B2B. I know she worked in financial services, and what we have to do here in government, we have to not only be transparent, but we also, now that we're in 2026, we have to meet California ADA guidelines for that transparency. So those are a couple of the additional pieces. Past all of that, it's having a system that was built for government by government. Our director of product management for budgeting used to be Budget Officer Milpitas. So this is designed for you exactly the way governments need it.
Understood. And then my last sort of general statement, because you weren't part of the party last year when we went through this rodeo, so we approved this expense. But one of the things I mentioned to former Director Nayar was, you're putting in this software. I also want you to think about what does this mean for the team and what positions are you hiring for? It's a similar thread that we're talking about throughout this meeting. So you guys made an ask for an accountant and an administrative analyst. Then you said we don't need the accounting position, we only need the analyst one. But once this is fully deployed, whether that's you, the incoming person, really needs to think about, in terms of these like time savings and in terms of what is needed of the agency, what do those positions look like? And so just want to resurface that point, which I made a year and a half ago, or a year ago. I'm losing track of time. These meetings feel like they're like a month. But just resurfacing that point for you, just for you guys to really start thinking about it, because once the solution is deployed, and you guys come asking for more positions, I'm going to come back to this presentation. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
All right, I'll just say thank you very much. I know this has been a long time coming. I'm not seeing any other comments from council, so do we have a motion on the item?
I move that we adopt a resolution approving the master services agreement with the OpenGov.Inc. For budget software services for an amount not to exceed $440,392.77, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
All right, let's do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Palmaris.
Aye.
Mayor Soros.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Aye.
Councilmember Bragenzer.
Yes.
Gordon.
Aye.
Ledeju. Councilmember Ledeju. And Councilmember Matias.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Councilmember Ledeju was an aye. All right, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And with that, that will conclude our action calendar as we have continued items B and E, which will move us on to our information calendar. We have already taken our information item this evening, so we will continue on to item 11, City Manager's Report.
No report this evening. Thank you.
Right, that'll bring us to our City Attorney's Report.
No report this evening, Mayor.
All right, that will bring us to our second community forum. Members of the public wishing to address the council on items not on tonight's agenda that have not already addressed the council in the first community forum are welcome to speak now. Do we have anyone remaining in person? It looks like we do.
There's 4 listed, but I think I only see Daniel Boone. The last one standing, that's right.
Good evening. Budget season. I've observed a number of them by now. A traffic jam is ahead. But in the past several months, several items about Mare Island and Mare Island CFDs have been raised. And there's been discussion about having a meeting to discuss all of the many Mare Island issues that are out there. So I just want to remind you that as the traffic gets more and more busy in budget season, to not forget about Mare Island and CFDs and those issues. So I wanted to talk about 3 big picture things tonight to keep in mind. The city is in contract with Nimitz Mare Island Company, the DDA for the North Mare Island, which includes Section 309, which discusses the formation of new CFDs. So I just want to introduce the concept to you tonight so that you have it in mind, that CFD reform, the formation of new CFDs, has to go hand in hand with the approval of a new specific plan, which is another thing that is going to be coming to you, I think, in the next month or two. Those 2 things should happen together, and it was anticipated that actually CFDs could happen before a new specific plan. So if you hear from anyone, no, we can't talk about CFDs until there's a new specific plan, the DDA was signed in May of 2022, and the provision says to the city, you can start forming CFDs as soon as the ink on this agreement is dry. So both the city and Nimitz-Mare Island Company in May 2022 anticipated that new CFDs did not have to wait for a specific plan because you knew the specific plan was going to be years down the line. Now, there's no cost for you to get that into your minds, that CFD reform and specific plan approval should go hand in hand. Section 309 says that Nimitz MIC will pay all the costs for the formation of the new CFDs, so that doesn't cost you anything. What you should be doing right now is setting up financial systems within the city and calling on Goodwin Consulting Company, your CFD expert, to set up financial systems to track those costs. The city could recover costs from Nimitz MIC for staff time spent on forming new CFDs. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. It doesn't appear we have anyone left in person. Some of our in-person folks may be online, so do we have any online speakers? Let's call them.
Jessica Martinez, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, guys. I just had a couple final comments. In regards to the project management stuff, that I worked in FDA stuff, developing drugs, so everything was highly regulated. You can do cost controls with MS projects and other similar project management tools, and they're translatable across different departments. Just as an FYI, if you guys revisit this, one key piece that I would say is budgets mean nothing unless you're tracking cost, time, and resources. If the fundamentals aren't understood as to why you're coming in under or over budget per department, and that means understanding what each key deliverable is on a project, we're going to have the same insolvency issues that we're starting to see. My other comment is, do we know what we need to see as a city year over year on growth to be able to avoid shortcomings in our budget? So how much revenue do we need to see grow as a city? And that means, how is our economic development plan tied to the businesses that we need to attract and the growth that we need to see in regards to numbers that those businesses need to see, so that we continue to maintain our momentum as a city and not plateau? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll close our second community forum, and it will bring us to requests and actions for future agenda items or special projects. My God, there are lights coming on left and right. Councilmember Gordon, request for agenda item or special project.
Thank you so much. I would like to revisit from our speakers today in community forum. We're speaking regarding to short-term rental, so forth and on, Airbnb and the VRBQ. Ordinance was formal requested on line item 6 from former Mayor Vice Bergalia, April 23. Requested again May 28 of 23 at council meeting. It was approved to move to step 2, scope to the council in October 24th, and it was approved to be implemented to the city manager and city attorney. So I would like to ask my colleagues if we can please move forward to get this agendized, if that part has not been already done, because we have heard this conversation from community forum in so many ways since I've been on as a commissioner on housing. So if I can find out what we could do, where we're at with this, because we do need an ordinance and some type of ordinance done on this, some type of liability, because we're losing financial opportunities from that but also, as you heard, businesses who have complied and are paying to our city and losing funds for their own business. Thank you.
All right, so my understanding is that that's already gone through this process, so I'll ask the city manager for a status update.
Yep, that's, staff will bring that to City Council in April 2026, no, next month. Staff will bring some options to the City Council to get your direction on what framework you want us to pursue.
Thank you.
Councilmember Palmares, was it all the same thing? All the lights went off?
No,
That was just a glitch in the system. It wants us to go home. Councilmember Palmares, go ahead.
it's a real easy one. So many of you don't know, I'm on the Marin Clean Energy Board representing the city of Vallejo. And they're asking for support for AB 1761. And I want to council to consider that a draft in support of AB 1761. And the bottom line is that it's asking for data transparency from PG&E. If there's that transparency, the MCE can more adequately forecast, and that means there'll be fewer costly errors and then more money in the ratepayers' pockets. So bottom line, we're trying to put money in our residents' payers' pockets. So
Can you repeat the number of the AB again?
AB 1761. And to make it super easy, I'm pretty sure I can get someone from MCE to draft it up, send it to your office, and then it'll just come before us in an agenda item. So too easy. Thanks.
All right, you want to take a voice vote on that? Whenever you're ready, Don. A voice vote, a roll call vote, sorry.
Mayor Source.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Aye.
Councilmember Bergenzer.
Yes.
Gordon.
Aye.
Lettigiu.
Support AB 1761 so we could save the ratepayers' money.
And Palmares.
Aye, of course.
Councilmember Matias, did I call you?
I'm still here, you know.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry. Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
All right, Councilmember Matias.
All right. So I have one request and then one question, which will be a two-parter. So my request is I would like to get council support on issuing a referral to the Housing and Community Development Commission. And the purpose of this referral is for that commission to explore what specific actions the city of Vallejo, and by extension this Vallejo City Council, can take to earn a pro-housing designation from the Housing and Development Agency at the state level. So again, a referral to the Housing and Community Development Commission to write up some recommendations for the council within 60 days that would give us a path to earning a pro-housing designation from the state.
All right, we can take a vote on that. I will say, based on feedback I heard from the Planning Commission on the last request, that given the monthly meetings of commissions, giving them 60 days sometimes only means they get one meeting to do it. So we may want to be a little bit looser with the time-bound nature.
75?
I mean, you take it up with the commission, but I think I would say 90.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do 90 on this one.
Just because the nature of how our commissions meet, it's often takes 2 meetings to get something even on an agenda.
Okay.
So,
So I'll
Which is
take the
another issue,
friendly
too.
amendment from the
Yeah.
team. So
To go to
90 days.
because it's within.
Yeah,
All
within
right,
90
let's do
days.
a roll call vote.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Aye.
Council members Bergenzer.
Yes.
Gordon.
Aye.
Lettigiu. Matias.
Yes.
Palmares.
Aye.
Mayor
Yes.
Source. Okay, motion carries unanimously.
All right,
So-
with that, I'm closing this item.
Sorry, I do
There's
have a
one more?
question.
Okay.
I do have a question, yes. So, over the weekend, I asked City Manager Murray for some clarification on the Mare Island item and on the short-term rentals. So I got a response on the short-term rental ordinance, which was moved forward by former Councilmember Verder Aliga. I think there's going to be a memo coming back to us. But I just want to understand, where are we with the Mare Island conversation? Because I thought we had taken multiple votes to bring that back as soon as possible. And we have the gentleman from Mare Island, again, asking questions. And I don't understand what's going on around that. So I thought we were going to have a conversation, a prequel or a study session to kind of talk about all these things, kind of leading into the specific plan discussion and a whole host of some of these items. And I don't really know where that has gone. So for the record, can you guys sort of share out what's going on there?
Sure. The proposal is to have a special council meeting for which all of you have been polled on April 27th. That'll cover all of the topics Mare Island related, which will be the DDA and DA, the specific plan, infrastructure, the CFDs, and the status of the development of Conley Corridor. So all of that was envisioned to come to you at a special meeting that's focused just on that topic.
And I'll
So
add
if we want to, go ahead, Mayor.
I'll add a clarification because the vice mayor and I saw a draft agenda that I think had about 11 action items, and there were, 6 or 7 that were absolutely urgent that had to go by April 1st. All the budget stuff, the ACFR, the housing element report, there's the Scotts Valley coming back. I mean, there were so many hot button up items that we were faced with having to make decisions about either having 14 meetings or pushing things. And so the decision we made was to give Councilmember Palmares a call because it was his request, ultimately, when he requested the item, and proceeded to push it back. And then after conferring with the residents, the decision was made to put it on the meeting with the other items as opposed to try to reschedule it in the interim. The likelihood that we'd be able to get it on an agenda before the end of this month is probably slim to none, just because of the volume of items that we have before us. So having it go sooner would require probably another special meeting. That was that was basically the process that took place.
I hear you on that, and I think, and I'm going to be very quick on this one. Always deferential to the sitting council member. I don't want to overstep. It's his district, his situation that he's been dealing with, and it predates my time. I think the thing that I'm struggling with is if we're taking votes on things and then we don't hear back, and you guys are having conversations and making decisions after we've taken a vote, I think it would just be helpful for one of you to close the loop and say, hey, we've got these 14 items, we made a decision, or we're considering making this decision. Is that fine with the rest of the crew? Because it kind of feels weird for the 7 of us to take a vote, and then you guys are making decisions in an agenda visioning meeting, and then we don't hear anything about it. Like, I've been polled about special meetings, but I didn't know that special meeting was about 3 or 4 different Mare Island items. So it would just be helpful to close the loop, especially after we've taken votes on things.
We potentially run into a Brown Act.
Yeah, I would say,
when we
the vice mayor and I are Brown acted out. So once we brought in Councilmember Palmares, that was it. That was it for us. And I think with some more vision, in a perfect world, this item is when we talk about what we have upcoming at the next 3-4 meetings. We say these are the items we have in the hopper. We're not there yet. We don't have that. We don't have that yet. Is what I'll say.
Mayor, may I say one thing on that? The Brown Act is a problem with that in notifying. In order to notify all of you and allow you to have feedback, there would have to be a noticed meeting for that. So somebody would have to set up a special meeting so you come together and get that information. It is possible, though, on the other hand, for staff to send you basically a one-way email and notify you that the decision was made. So that could be done without violating the Brown Act, but you wouldn't be able to give feedback back necessarily.
And I think that's the piece that I'm saying needs to be improved, because it feels weird. I'm just gonna say it. We take a vote on something, and then 3 people make a decision, or 4 people make a decision on something, and then we don't get a loop back after we've taken a vote on said issue. Like, that just feels a little bit clunky, so we just gotta tighten that up. And that email would just solve it. If I got the email, we're done.
All right, I see Councilmembers Gordon and Lejeune. These are additional future agenda item requests. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Lejeune.
Thanks. So I understand the Brown Act. I understand everything that we're trying to accomplish, but I do agree with Councilmember Mateus. We have talked about this from the time we have been on the dais. And again, there are 2 people in this city who can communicate with this entire council, and that is the city manager and the city attorney. And for some reason, we struggle with that. And we're constantly talking about the agenda, how it gets set, and I really am hopeful that we really can get this right. Again, and I said this before on the dais when Councilmember, then Vice Mayor, he was Vice Mayor. I said this before. You all, the Vice Mayor, the City Manager, and your team, you are the 3 that are privileged to do this work and getting us together and having these council meetings. There has to be a better way of making this happen. I'm sorry. I've done agendas, and I'm going to say it. It's untenable. And I'm just really hoping that we can nail this down, that it is a respectful process. We're still waiting for a whole construct on, and I know an email just went out, but it's been over a year about everything that's been asked for, so that it's transparent what this council has asked for, how we're getting through it, how we can periodically review, be able to say at this time, hey, I've been waiting for 4 months for something to come back, for this to come back, for that to come back. And we don't have a tool that allows us to be effective as a council. And I think that is so disrespectful to us as a council, as policymakers, disrespectful to the community. And yet we've been patient about it, and yet I continue to raise it. And I think if we had such a tool, and we had 2 direct reports who would at least be courteous enough to report out when things aren't moving along in the way that we would expect from an agenda perspective, that we would get that information. I think that's not very hard, and it would then not put us in a position as council members to have these kinds of dialogues if we had a framework to work from. It would not put the vice mayor and the mayor in these positions and a council member making a decision for something we have voted on. And I think it really needs to be taken serious. And I don't believe in the entire time that I've sat on this board and I brought it forward that we are being taken serious. I'm not trying to make your job difficult. I'm trying to make all of our jobs easy in how we have to collaborate, be considerate of the Brown Act and all of these different things. Give us a tool to help us work together and to understand how things are coming down the pike. Have a series, as the city manager, as the administrator, you should be able to have a list that tells us on a quarterly basis what reports are going to come to us, the finance report, this report, that report, and how we're going to integrate all of these things and what we're expecting on a quarterly basis, on a monthly basis. There's no reporting mechanism to even give us any idea of what we should be expecting to come to our council meetings, and then how we're going to fill that in with all of these other things that we would like to prioritize from a discussion point of view. We need to do better so that we can be much more cohesive in how we are seeing our progress in this city together. So those are my comments that I wanted to add to this.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate those comments, and I think I do think it's a difficult position for myself and the vice mayor to be in. Former Vice Mayor Grenzer was in the position, now the current vice mayor, where, you know, we want to and should be setting an arc to make sure that we have a good flow of big ticket items, that we're spacing them out, that there's room for council priorities to get in, that there's room for follow-up. We have all these regular things like the 60-day safety update and the housing updates and all these things that we could be putting on the calendar at a cadence with, you know, 4 to 6 months of an outlook. And that way I could use this item to then share, hey, here are the things we have coming up at the upcoming meetings, both for council and the community. And I'm saying we're not there. That's not the state that we're in right now. We are in a state where every single meeting, there are more items that can possibly fit in a meeting. We have to pare them down, and we're being, to use the vice mayor's term from earlier, reactive. And so I feel that I have not been able to adequately shepherd council's priorities through the process because we do not have a good process. We have made some improvements, and we have been trying to pare down the meetings to 4 action items, because that's, you know, just to try to make the meetings manageable and not waste people's time that are waiting here for items. But it's been an ongoing process for sure. So with that, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, and to kind of reiterate that, I think, I mean, it sounds like the only way to kind of communicate that throughout the whole council would be sending an email. But if that's the case, we would be sending an email after every agenda setting meeting of things that are having to be juggled around, and based on a judgment call of what the projection of how long those meetings are going to take. So, I mean, and I'll let the city attorney and the assistant city attorney speak to that of what is the feasibility and practicality of that, and the purposes of how we go about that on our weekly, what's turning out to be a weekly agenda setting item.
Yeah, thanks. All right, I see Councilmember Gordon, and then we'll close this.
I like to. I wanted to make a comment on that, but I'll let you all handle that. I wanted to go back to what DC Knight spoke on regarding the tolls. He did made a great suggestion of maybe revisiting or rewriting an opportunity. So maybe you can tell me how to word this, city attorney, city attorney, if you can help me word this. Revisit and renew an RFP for not only the amount of tow trucks that can help us or tow beds, but also tow yards. Can you tell me how to properly word that, please? Because we just received, all of my colleagues received emails from individuals within District 6 just recently, or they come to speak at the community forum. How can I word this request? Go ahead.
I think to clarify, I think that the request that DC Knight had was one option is to rotate how they shuffle the tows, whether it be the non-paid versus the paid tows. And then the second option, which I think you were alluding to, is opening the RFP to not only include tow trucks that are tow yards that are within the city limits of Vallejo, to be open it up to Bay Area tow trucks to get a wider number of contracts.
And yards, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, right. So because right now we said we only have 7 tow trucks, single ones, but they have, the gentleman spoke to me earlier, they can offer beds as well, which takes in multiple vehicles at one time. So that was kind of like I'm trying to put 2 in 1. So thank you for that. But how can I word that as a request?
So that's something, Councilmember, that, I mean, certainly council can chime in on that, but the police department has the ability to do an RFP like that now without council action, if that's something that you want them to do. If council wants them to do that, take action, and that will tell them to go ahead and do it.
So this is we don't have to do this request here, is what I'm hearing you say?
Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, it could be added as a referral, right? Yeah.
We should? Okay,
All right,
thank you.
let's vote on it. Let's do a roll call vote.
Thank you. Can you help me
Sure,
word it, please?
it would be to basically direct the city manager to have the police department put out an RFP for towing companies to assist the police department with tows and storage of cars, and for tow companies that are outside the city limits of Vallejo.
All right, let's do a roll call vote.
Right. Councilmember Bergenzer?
Yes.
Councilmember Gordon?
Yes.
Councilmember Ledeju? Councilmember Matias?
Yes.
Councilmember Palmaris?
Aye.
Mayor Soers?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Matulik?
With the understanding that this has actually been an ongoing effort from BPD and the city to identify spaces or tow yards outside of the city of Vallejo already. So I was under the impression this was already an ongoing thing.
Yeah, we're voting again for good measure. All right. Thank you. That passes. I'm going to close this item, and we're going to move on to 15, report of the presiding officer and members of the city council. If anybody has them, we can keep them quick. Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, I had the honors to attend La Russell community event that he did, 100 opportunities for people to get their haircut. He had a great turnout, provide free food from our local vendors, and it was just a great, and pulling not only one barbershop but multiple on Springs Road. I also had the opportunity to attend the Sister Cities fundraiser, which was amazing. And then they turned around and did a wonderful honors to the in recognizing women, Women's Day, International Women's Day, and I had the honors to be one of them with 4 of my other community sisters. In the, it was just amazing, and it was done by the vice chair for Sister Cities Association, Lonnie Bonfield. He did amazing work with his team. And then also too, I attended the PG&E visit. It was wonderful. I'm just happy to see it coming to fruition because it was long overdue, and I know we kind of talked a little bit on it, but I didn't get a chance to give a celebration to say thank you to them. And my last place I got a chance to attend was at the Fabrice Machete's Coffee. I had a nice conversation with the community, and they do appreciate the more transparency. So thank you to everyone for that.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to report that Supervisor James and I continued her community engagement series with our District 2 and her District 1 community engagement talking series. And so we had a very good turnout, and we held it at the brand new field house or gym that at MIT, Mare Island Technology, at the high school. And so that's for those that have not visited that facility or that new field house. It's a beautiful field house, and we had a pretty good we had a really good turnout with and speaking to a lot of the current things that are happening in the county and along with the city. And we had a special presentation from STA and from Caltrans about the upcoming construction modifications that are happening for the diverging diamond that's happening at Highway 37 and Fairgrounds. That'd be the end of my report.
All right, thank you. Just before I close this out, I'll make one more announcement. So we had the presentation earlier by PD and the sheriff. Wanted to quickly update my colleagues that one of the things after we had the meet and greet for electeds and the sheriff's team back at the beginning of the engagement, one of the conversations I had with the sheriff was about doing something similar for the community. So offering an opportunity for community members to engage with the sheriff's office, meet the team, and ask questions and hear updates about the partnership. And so the mayor's office right now is we're facilitating between the sheriff's office and VPD, and we're looking at Emmanuel Temple as the location. And as soon as that way it's in the territory covered. And as soon as we have the date, we didn't want to Brown Act ourselves out. But we'll make sure once that is finalized, that gets to all the council members and our 2 supervisors, probably April 6th, but don't quote me on that until we verify everyone's availability. So with that, I will adjourn us at 12:06 a.m.